everybody. Did you get the coffee I teleported, Wiggles? Is my teleporter still working? I haven't used it in a while. So. Hi, everybody. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. So, if you didn't see the post that I put up yesterday, I had to take Belle to the vet. I knew that she had kidney disease. Because she has chronic bladder infections. And we also knew that she had a mass in her abdomen. We decided not to do any more tests because of her age and the expense. And also, we would not be able to treat anything. Now, if she'd been, a puppy or 1 or 2 years old, then yeah. But at 13 years old, we weren't going to put ourselves in debt to treat anything. I didn't think I was going to get upset, y'all. But we put her on antibiotics and it clears up. Now, 2 weeks ago, she was on antibiotics and I was supposed to bring her in when she finished, and we didn't have the money for a vet appointment, so I put it off a week and she went right back to peeing blood. So, when I took her to the vet yesterday and they checked her urine, it was just as bad. Even, the antibiotics cleared it up for like a couple days. So, the vet said, you have a decision to make. But she's not telling me it's time yet. But the doctor said she most probably has bladder cancer. So, she's on 2 medicines. She's on the antibiotics because she does have an infection, a bladder infection, along with the cancer. And another anti-inflammatory medication that the vet says has been known to slow the cancer down. And she's probably already had it for years. We just thought it was just regular aging and the kidneys starting to shut down along with, just regular aging. So, I mean, this has been going on for a couple of years. So, I feel blessed that she's been with us this long because, she could have been gone sooner. And she's acting like a perfectly normal dog. Like she sleeps a little bit more. That's really the only thing. And she's not as cuddly as she used to be. And that could just be a, older dog thing, right? So I don't, Travis comes home in the afternoon and she runs around and she's excited to see him, and she's outside trying to catch bugs. Shadow goes outside and she tells on her. She barks her head off at her to get back in the house. You're not supposed to be out here. And so, at the vet, at the vet yesterday, me and the vet tech, we got so tickled at her because she didn't want to go into the exam room. So she just fell flat on the floor on her belly like this. She's like, nope, I'm not moving. You can't make me. I said, she's been watching too many body cam videos with me because it reminded me, the people that like they get handcuffed and then they just become dead weight for the cops, so they have to carry them. I was like, yep, she's been watching body cam videos with me. She knows exactly what to do. But she's good other than the constant needing to pee. So, hey, David. Haven't seen you in forever. So, she's not acting any different. She's not acting like she's in pain. She's it doesn't seem to bother her that she has to pee every 5 minutes. She's and when I told the vet, I was like, um, she acts like a normal dog, she doesn't act she's in pain or upset or, you know, and I was like, yeah, but you have to deal with it. And I'm like, well, she's already ruined our carpet. So, that part's already done. Um, so, cause we were thinking about replacing the carpet and getting flooring, and we can't afford that right now. And she's already ruined the carpet. So we would have to wait till she was gone to pull it up anyways, because anything else we put down, she's going to ruin. So, but she's the first dog that I've ever had from a puppy. Because my little Chihuahua that died, he was 10 when I got him, and I only had him for 4 years. So, but it'll be good. We had a long life together, and she got me through a lot of my stuff. So, it'll be okay. So, another thing I wanted to talk about this morning was the Nancy Guthrie thing. Because bless her heart, my best friend works at the vet, and I don't remember ever telling my vet that I had a YouTube channel. So after we talked about my dog, my vet goes, "You still have your YouTube channel?" I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Are you following the Savannah Guthrie mom thing?" I was like, no, not really. We've talked about it some." So, um, I was watching a thing just a minute ago. Apparently, um, there have been some arrests, and they think she may still be alive, which shocks me because I think, and they keep saying it's a burglary gone wrong. How is it a burglary gone wrong if you kidnap somebody? I mean, a burglary gone wrong, usually they don't kidnap someone. So the reason why I haven't said too much about it is because it's all over the place. Judy keeps us updated because that's why I have a Judy, so we can be updated on the other thing outside of whatever trial we're doing. But it's just been so bizarre. And, the thing that I just watched, someone said, the only reason we know so much about this case, and excuse me, and also why the FBI is involved is, oh, that's right, you do live in Arizona. Are they covering it like on, well, I don't know how big Arizona is. Would that be like local news for you? Would they cover that on the local news? Oh, you think a kidnapping got botched? Yeah, hey John, I've not seen anything about like the thing I watched said there were some arrests made, but it didn't go into any specifics or anything. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm terrible with geography. I don't know nothing. I don't know where anything is. It's the whole thing is bizarre. It's crazy. Yeah, and then other people are asking for stuff like, "We have your mom." Like, that's just okay, just detained. And then there's a Range Rover that they got DNA from. Like, that's why I haven't been covering it more. Like, we've talked about it a little bit, like we're talking now, like just a little bit. But no, I told my vet, I'm like, first off, I'm like, how did she know? And then I remembered, oh yeah, my best friend works here, and yeah, that's how it happened. But I always forget you can watch news like from actual news stations on YouTube. I always forget that. Um it's just it's all over the place. Like you've got Nest camera footage of some weird dude on the porch who has a full backpack. They keep saying full backpack. So he didn't have an empty backpack to burglarize. And have you seen the latest thing that Savannah Guthrie put out? She looks horrible. This has got to be the longest 2 weeks. I need to do that. I need to look up my local news station and watch it because we don't get TV at all. Wow, we're out in the boonies. We get nothing. Bye. Okay, let me say hi to everybody. Hey, Judy. Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Carla. Michelle. David. Terry. John. Teresia. Hey, everybody. Did I get everybody? Yay. Let's read Judy's trivia. Is it Mardi Gras? I still have not had beignets. Why did I freeze? I still have never had a beignet. Okay, so you guys know the Princess and the Frog Disney animated movie, right? Okay, so they took out Splash Mountain, which for the dumbest reason ever, in my opinion, because it was racist. It's a story about a rabbit. Anyway. And then they put it in Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which is a fun ride. It's actually the same exact ride. They just changed what you saw, but the actual flume ride itself is still the same. And they have like a little snack stand there where Tiana sells her beignets, her famous beignets. But everybody keeps telling me that don't get them there. Get them at Port Orleans, which Port Orleans is a Disney resort. And apparently they're better there because they're made they don't serve as many people there as they do at Disney World at the Magic Kingdom. So they're made by a chef in smaller batches because they don't sell as many. So they're better beignets. So I've not tried them yet because I haven't had a chance to get to Port Orleans. But I think the next time I go to Magic Kingdom, I think I'm going to try them there because I've never had one and I've always wanted to try one. And I think if I try them there and they're not as good, then when I try the ones at Port Orleans, I'll be like, oh, wow, these are amazing. So I went, Universal Studios has a Mardi Gras celebration every year. And I went one year with my stepdaughters and I didn't get to do anything. I didn't get to watch the parade. I didn't get to have a beignet. I didn't get to do anything because my stepdaughters wouldn't stop long enough to let me do anything, which is why I don't hang out with them anymore. Okay. The Viper Room, which was partner owned by Depp, started out as a small grocery store in 1921. It has mostly been a nightclub slash music venue since. Despite the death of River Phoenix the year the venue that was the year it opened? Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Despite the death of River Phoenix the year the venue opened, the club became and remained a hangout for Hollywood's most popular young actors and musicians. As part of a settlement of a lawsuit against Depp and four others involving allegations of mismanagement of profits, Depp relinquished his ownership of the Viper Room in 2004. Whoa. I didn't know that. How can you sue for mismanagement of profits? Aren't the profits yours to do whatever you want? I don't think so. Because she was 84 and her family is getting on TV or social media or something and pleading for her safe return. So I don't think this is. Now, there were blood droplets on her front porch, and I think that might have been staged. But they did a DNA test and it was her DNA, right? I think. But I mean, you can make blood droplets from a teeny tiny cut. It wasn't like enough to think that she'd been really hurt bad. Is StreamYard not giving me? Oh, I can go down further. Okay. I was like, StreamYard didn't giving me chats again because I saw chats on my laptop but not up there, but that was my bad this time. Today is Fat Tuesday. Oh, I didn't even realize it was Mardi Gras. Yeah, and that was something else that people were saying because he had like vegetation or something in his hand that he was trying to drape over the camera. I don't know. Oh, yeah. She's not Cherry Papini. That's what I'm thinking too. That's what I'm thinking. So, it's sad. Yeah. Johnny is on the stand right now. We on Friday he just has started like talking about why he's there and some of his security people and how the penthouses were set up. He hasn't really got into the abuse part yet. So we haven't really got to the good part. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Because I'm watching Brandon Tatum, Megyn Kelly, Ashley Banfield, who else? Dave Rubin. I mean, and they're just like, I mean, they're good at reporting things, but it's just that we don't know anything because every lead that they get is a dead end. So they're reporting everything, but nothing is panning out. And then they're also reporting how it's funny because they're reporting how the reporters are reporting this. Oh yeah, I think he's been on Megyn Kelly's show or one of them talking about it. But the funny thing is they're reporting on how the reporters are reporting it. Cuz like when they go to talk to someone that'd been detained or questioned, they're treating them like they're a victim. They're like, they just busted in on you and you didn't know anything about it, and it's crazy. No. That's how cops run down leads. Nobody is a victim because a cop questioned you. Yeah, you don't have a famous daughter. You don't get the attention that she is. This is true too. Yeah. They're going to hold back what they need to hold back. What do you mean? What did you walk into? Haven't you been here? We're talking about Nancy Guthrie. And now we're going to watch Johnny Depp.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can have a seat. And so just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Miss Heard. When did Miss Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude or her the way that she would begin to speak to me. Things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct, the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable
Her hair
to
today.
be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong.
No.
So these little digs,
That's an idea.
and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name calling,
Oh.
berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And
She gaslit him.
part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I'd experienced within the movie and within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that.
Okay, I gotta tell the Robert Duvall story. Have any of you guys seen To Kill a Mockingbird? In high school, okay, so it's a wonderful, wonderful book written by, I forgot her name. Anyway, wonderful piece of American literature, To Kill a Mockingbird. I've never read the book. I would love to read the book. I just keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to look for it in the library. Harper Lee, thank you, Wiggles. So, we watched in English class in high school To Kill a Mockingbird. And I don't know if this is Robert Duvall's first role or not. If it's not the first, it's one of the very first. But the kids in the movie, there is a mentally challenged man that lives, I guess, next door to them or very close to them. And it never really the camera never really focuses on his face. He's just like kind of this menacing figure that the kids are afraid of. And then it's been a long time since I've seen it. I hope I'm telling it correctly. So then I think they kind of make friends with him towards the end. Boo Radley, yeah. So, anyways, towards the end of the movie, when you get the reveal and you see all of him, it was his first film. Okay. So, when did it come out? Like in the 60s? It's black and white. It's a black and white movie. Gregory Peck plays the kid's dad. And it is a law. It's a courtroom. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it because it's Gregory Peck defends a black man where he was friends with a white woman. I don't know if they were romantically involved or not, but her dad came home and I guess found him there, and she said that he raped her because back then white women and black men did not associate. So Gregory Peck was defending him. And he had 2 kids. Anyways, very good movie. So when the big reveal at the end where you see all of Boo Radley that the kids have been afraid of and everybody says, he's a monster, stay away, whatever. One of my friends freaked out. That's Robert Duvall. That's Robert Duvall. That's Robert Duvall. Just over and over again. And my teacher was like, yes, that is Robert Duvall. And he's still freaking out. That's Robert Duvall. That's Robert Duvall. I'm like 16, 17 years old. Every single time I see Robert Duvall in something or hear his name or anything, which like I'm doing right now. Robert Duvall, I hear in my head my friend going, that's Robert Duvall. That's Robert Duvall. So R.I.P. Robert Duvall. I will never, ever forget you, sir, because of my friend going, that's Robert Duvall. So, not to make light of a very serious situation, but that's what I always think of when I see or hear of Robert Duvall. But yes, he was a very, very good actor, and that was a very, very good movie. I knew it was one of his first, if not the first, but yeah, that's a movie that got him started. So absolutely, go see that movie if you haven't. I need to watch it again. I haven't watched it in a very long time.
That sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that
Hey, Jennifer.
some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Miss Heard to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned.
I think him being confused um just goes to show what a nice man he is. To be confused that you're being abused, he it just blows my mind. Like, he's so sweet and naive that he didn't even realize what was happening at first. Well, I don't know. Isn't that an abuser thing? Don't they do that? Like, they're like cagey. Like, you don't know at first you're being abused, right? I don't know why I'm asking this question because, yeah, I've been through this too, but it wasn't physical with mine. It was just head games.
As a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry, what would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed
So why
to argue that,
stay?
eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were, those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when when it came to my kids. So yeah, there was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it.
Yes,
If you
yes,
have
we
a
can.
hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, I mean, basically the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived, and in the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Miss Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. I mean, one learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
So
And that was something that, once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire. And that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true. And you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that it's grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage or high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
So why did you stay with Miss Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, I had no interest in being the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone. And it's not.
That's why he's my favorite.
I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years. And I can only say it's luck, in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure. Again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable. And that is to say that at that point, anybody can say anything they want to about you. And that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. And this is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity. That's where that sticks a knife in you, because it's one of those. That's one of those situations where your arms are too short to box with God. You know, there are too many of them coming at you. So yes, I don't know what her motivations were, if there was some species of jealousy, or there was some species of maybe just hatred. I don't know. But in any case, the elevation and the escalation of these day-to-day arguments were simply unnecessary. It was not to help the relationship. It did not help the relationship. It wasn't meant to help the relationship. It was meant to feed her need for conflict. She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. It erupts out of nowhere, and what I learned, the only thing I learned to do with it is exactly what I did as a child. Retreat. Just take a step back, which I told her, we need to remove ourselves from each other, even for an hour, a day, anything. Because this can't go on. No one can live like this, you know. But why did I stay? I stayed, I suppose, because my father stayed. I suppose because I had been in that relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost. And I didn't.
Writing that now, aren't you?
I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this
Shrew.
opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't. She didn't accept it.
It wasn't him. It would have been someone else.
So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving. Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain.
That's what it
and that you fear, because when I would leave, sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards, crying, screaming, I can't live without you. I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown, screaming in the parking lot in front of my house. screaming to high heavens, and it'd be 4 a.m, 3 a.m. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Miss Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes, in fact, I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation. And I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? You know, it was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it. So I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did. And we recorded the conversation, which when she was on tape, the first time, it escalated a bit, but it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Miss Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is
Illegal.
fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence is unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or
She's projecting his demons. Who has demons? I think she's the demon.
would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Projection, Your Honor.
intense,
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is
All
not
right.
relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a
All right,
different
all right,
question.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you use the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
when I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So
Hey, Nan.
what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or drinking like some sort of drinking like I was some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that
Or a pirate?
that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Ms. Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, it never, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork, it did. So yes, I had to have something to
I have never understood that, because your problem's still going to be there when you sober up. I don't get that. I had a talk about this with my marijuana doctor, and they're doing studies on this because they think it's that there's a gene that actually, like an addiction gene, that actually causes people to want to do that. Because, like, I don't, and I told him this, like, I don't get it, because when you sober up, your problem is still there. So they're looking at genetics. Yeah, drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Yeah, it's your problem's still gonna be there. But I'm also wondering why he didn't go back to Vanessa. Because now, of course, couples, especially him, because he's so private, they don't air their dirty laundry. But I do know that one of the factors was that she wanted to move back to France. She was like a model and a singer and was very popular in France. He wanted to stay in Hollywood. But actors, they make movies all over the darn place. They don't have to live in Hollywood. So when she started all her crap, I wonder if he thought, why am I doing this? Living in France would be better than living with this piece of crap. I wonder if he ever thought, let me call up Vanessa.
distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Miss Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
She didn't.
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no. I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors who have actually said the words to me, because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection, calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
I don't know. If you can make that clear, I guess.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How often would Miss Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Ms. Heard drank.
He loves.
She took the shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Miss Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Well, not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking. And
Bye, Terry.
I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. But she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee. And he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving
I love Christopher Lee.
to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. And we walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher in his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her
Go with you?
that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher. And I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it. And I said, I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine. And we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having 1 glass or 2 glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was, you know, I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking? How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me to support me and help me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several times.
And what drugs were those?
She was always quite fond of MDMA, which is ecstasy. and mushrooms. And she had some medications that she was on already that were, well, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will, called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary. How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
Well, a dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
Mr. Depp, do you recall at the beginning of her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos?
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention, there was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. For example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Ms. Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, a tattoo that I believe is up here, which used to say Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years. Winona Ryder, and when we broke up.
Yeah, we all know about the Winona Forever tattoo.
How do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last 2 letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was again, through pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point into the pain. and that's how you play it out in your mind. So I have, I think sometimes abstractly, in that sense, so I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that 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 everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. I would try to wake her up with laughter, you know, singing stupid songs in her ear while she, you know, I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. But I tried, and I wanted to try, because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term, up against, I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember what can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of
Yes,
2014?
okay, yes, excuse me, yes. Oh, yes, I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston, and Miss Hurd had come with me, and I had to, for the film, I had to. There were very early calls to work, because I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face, and blue contacts, so that I could resemble the actual. It's based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger, and so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and work. Then you'd work, you know, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off. You know? So on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, you know. what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Heard staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Jerry Judge. Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders, Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician, security. I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Miss Heard were on from Boston to LA in May 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what you remember about that specific flight?
I remember that as I was still filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about the oxycodones that I had been. Again, you know, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she'd read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I read Dr. Kipper's book, a good majority of it, and I agreed that I would do the detox. I would kick the opiates, but there was no time to do it before the film. When the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, what is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day? And, you know, someone who had been under, under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, that this drug does not want you to stop taking it. She asked me how many I took per day, or my dosage, and of course, as any person who is addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to the detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want to, a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It will make you, it gets you, you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and the you could feel this traveling into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could, which could and has ended in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case. So I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and shaking and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant Savannah McMillan wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for a fight, actively searching for a way to instigate a fight with me. And I had taken 2 of these opiates, these roxycodones, and I can tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this. Opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between
I would love to see that.
blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them they can still behave, and they can still stand and talk and scream and yell and cry and do whatever they do, and never remember a thing. And generally they're always embarrassed by it. But blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain, and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook. She would verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally, and finally, as was the one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom. So I walked back into the back of the plane. I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that. The initial thing, you know, people order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the that. So it's a little bit of a liquid courage, you know. But I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. And if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to sleeping on a pillow.
Who else was on that flight that you can recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Heard. Keenan, Wyatt, Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA? Or go back to the same home together after that flight?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these, it's hard to sort of keep them all straight.
Who would have paid for Ms. Heard to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
I would have paid for it. If she wanted to go to the Chateau Marmont, I wasn't going to let her pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that that might get expensive for her. So generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why, did Ms. Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
No. Well, I mean, she was clearly upset and she was irate. And I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the Chateau since she still had her apartment on Orange, I believe, and the penthouse. Because I could have gone to Sweetser, but she went to the Chateau Marmont.
Mr. Depp, do you recall why you were flying from Boston to LA in May 2014?
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film. And that was before we went, before I was supposed to go to the island to detox from the opiates.
I think
Is that
I'm about to switch gears, so
Okay,
if this is
that's-
a good time for a break.
All right.
Unbelievable. Sometimes AI scares me. Okay, I was looking for gimbals because I need a new gimbal. And I accidentally switched over to something else. I don't even know how I got there, but it's a Johnny Depp quote. Quote of the day by Johnny Depp. You can close your eyes to the things you don't want to see, but you can't close your heart to the things you don't want to feel. But I would have to say he is 100% right about that. You can close your eyes to the things you don't want to see, but you can't close your heart to the things you don't want to feel. And he would absolutely know. So.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is he's been my doctor ever since I'd met him in, I believe it was that May of 2014, around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through, to essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Did Miss Lloyd stay on after the detox process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14. I cannot remember the year. 14, I guess.
And where did you do this detox process?
We did the detox process happened on. I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. It's a very strange thing to say, but I thought that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be, the only place where I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who came with you down to the island for the detox?
Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Heard. And I believe that was it. On the plane to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Heard. There was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Ms. Heard coming along for that detox because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, I was wary that those things would come up during what needed to be a very straight detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical Yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time.
So then why did Miss Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
She insisted, and she switched places with Christy.
Because that's how he talks, Debbie.
Could
In
you
real
please
life,
describe
that's
for the
how he
jury,
talks.
Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it's it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, my body would shake. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was, so the best way to explain it, for example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. And Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island.
I also think he's choosing his words very carefully because he knows that everybody's watching this and he knows that his words can be taken out of context right now. But yeah, if you've ever watched like an interview with him, his real speech is very slow. This is slower, I would say, than like a regular interview with him. This is slower because I think he's being very careful with his words. But yeah, he does talk. He's a Southern gentleman. He talks slow.
And that she would administer the drugs.
Hey, Jill.
Administer the medications that I needed to not go into for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on quick, and they're not discreet. They go straight for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I was sitting on the couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the
Judy had
meds
donuts? Who
now.
said Judy had donuts? Did you bring
And
it up
she
the
said,
chair?
she looked at the clock and she said, it's not time.
Oh, those donuts.
And I said, no, you don't
I didn't even
understand.
notice that.
This is not about clocks and watches and things. I'm going into the ship, and it was visible.
No, I want donuts.
And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this, but that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being, because I had to say, please, may I have the meds, because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds, I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch and I was sitting on the floor crying. Tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to manipulate your body out away from those. Well, you have to trick the body to get away from the receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower, and you put it on scalding water, and you stand underneath the scalding shower, and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors, because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings, and they would go up to the top of the skin, because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top. So it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe.
You guys, my heart, every time he says Nurse Debbie.
I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and then I told them that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be.
See, Nurse Debbie again.
She can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island. I asked them if if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Miss Heard if she would please allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took to
You have
get
a
out,
sister
to
named
get
Debbie.
done with, finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Miss Heard give you that time?
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of
Has to be
throwing her out.
caffeinated.
I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of not appreciating all that she
You
had
have to make
done
another emoji.
to get me to this point where I was, which was kind of an interesting argument for me. I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about
There's her
5 days or so,
her hedgehog
and I
Darla.
sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song to help me get through it. And even once the effects started to go away, that is the pain, I was still in this something strange that happens. You feel electricity in your body. You feel this electric, very foreign.
Judy did the same thing that she just did once before. She said, I want to get a pet hedgehog and name her Darla. So where'd it go? This is Darla the hedgehog. So now I have to make a seahorse one and name it Queso. Hey, kitten. So the hedgehog is Judy's pet hedgehog named Darla.
And you're just sitting there, like, going through it. And I didn't understand what the electricity was until probably, and this lasted for, the electricity, that feeling lasted for a month, 2 months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was. And I was feeling is
No
that's
cross
what it
yet.
was.
Still direct.
I was actually feeling without the aid of the drug, without the aid of any drugs. I mean, I had refused with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Debbie and Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium.
They had him on lithium?
Because to me, it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly, but I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium. So I went through that.
Did it freeze? What just happened?
Lily Rose did not come to the wedding. She and Miss Heard were not on particularly great terms for several reasons.
No, I don't think so. But I am surprised that they put him on lithium. Now, the phenobarbital, that's an anti-seizure drug, which you get with withdrawals, but I don't think you get that with opiate withdrawal, although I could be wrong. But no, I don't think he had electroshock treatments. Lithium is primarily used for bipolar disorder. So, I don't know, but I'm also not a what are they called? Rehab doctor, whatever they're called. I never worked in that. Huh. What are dangerous? Jellyfish? Depends. Yeah, I knew that. That's why he's on the phenobarb. But I don't know why the lithium, unless he is bipolar. Not all jellyfish are dangerous. I mean, they all sting you, but they're not all like life threatening. Some are like but, yeah, but lithium's not a sedative. I'll have to look that up.
There were a number of Ms. Heard's friends
Oh, he
and her
does?
family.
Oh, okay.
So I'd say all in all, maybe there were, seems like there could have been no more than 20 people, 25 people, maybe.
I thought I had two, but I think it's just ADHD. Those symptoms like overlap. So, and I don't want to go to the doctor for it because I'm already on enough pills already for the metabolic disorder and the fibromyalgia. And if I've lived to 57 with it, I think I'm good.
Was there any alcohol served at the wedding?
Yes, there was alcohol served at the wedding. There was champagne. There was all the accoutrements. And then, yes,
And was anyone ingesting any illegal drugs at the wedding?
yes.
And who was doing that?
That's me too.
Well, there was
We get along so good, Wiggles.
there was a schedule that was written out and printed out and sent out so that everyone would know exactly the time that everything would happen. And on that sheet, the schedule.
What is that, Judy?
There was like some kind of rehearsal type thing. There was also there was a great dilemma in who was going to be
Oh.
who. That's where the argument between Ms. Pennington and
Syndrome. Okay.
Io Tillett-Wright.
Mr. Depp, who did you observe taking drugs at the wedding?
A number of people were taking MDMA. As I said, the list, there was after the wedding, there was it was like dinner, dancing, and drugs on the schedule that
You're not wrong,
came
kid.
from Miss Heard and Miss Pennington. So Amber, Raquel, a couple of friends of mine, Savannah, her assistant, Tillett Wright, all of her gang were all partaking in the MDMA.
What if any what if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding,
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and I don't remember drinking. I don't remember that I was drinking then. This was right. This was right before she was going to London to do, I believe, London Fields, and I was going off to Australia to do Pirates 5. I'm pretty positive at that point I wasn't partaking of alcohol. My drug of choice is or was, and it is marijuana. That was fine for me. So dipping into a little tiny baggie of, licking your finger and dipping into a little tiny communal bag of MDMA, it was pointless for me.
When you and Miss Heard got married, did you have a prenuptial agreement in place?
No, we did not, no.
And why not?
Probably because she wouldn't sign it.
There always seemed to be some.
Yeah, I don't think that was Disney. I think that was just the crew that did that. That was so funny. There is an outtake from one of the Pirates movies where he's supposed to take. There's 2 shots, and they're in the script. They're supposed to be rum, but they are just colored water that he does in the movie. And he takes the first shot. Being Captain Jack Sparrow, he's not supposed to react to the alcohol. So the first shot is just the colored water, like it's supposed to be. So he downs the shot, down the second shot, and goes because they really put real rum in it as a prank. It's hilarious. If I have it, but it would take me a while to find it on here to show you guys. But look it up, Google it. It's on YouTube. It is hilarious. But it was a prank. Yeah, at the wedding, and it was even on the wedding, like the program. Yeah, you did. That's where I saw it. Jill sent it to me. Yeah, it was on the program. It was actually on the wedding program. I don't remember. I don't remember what it said, but it'll say it. They'll. I don't. I guess they ask her when she's on the stand about the wedding program. It was drug time was allotted in there on the itinerary for the wedding activities. Yeah. 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 Jill sent it to me. That's how I know it. But it's hilarious. It is because he did the first one, it was water. He did not expect the second one to be rum. And he he didn't really break character though, but you could tell he was surprised. It's funny.
Reason or otherwise, she wouldn't discuss it, or if we did discuss it.
Oh, what? You missed what I just said? Or you missed the thing about the wedding? Yeah. It was written into the wedding program. Why is my mouse doing that? It's going cray cray. Stop it.
It became an issue that would turn into it would springboard.
I don't
into
remember which movie it was.
unpleasantness and then arguments.
Let me see if I can find it.
And then it was also too late. At a certain point, it was just too late. So then the idea of a post-nup agreement was brought up to Miss Heard, and that was in Australia. That was the beginning of the Australian
Well, let's
fight.
talk about Australia then. But first of all, why were you in Australia?
I was working on Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
And who from your team was with you in Australia?
Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, Nathan Holmes, Stephen Duders, Keenan Wyatt. I believe that was it. Oh, and yeah, no, that's it.
Was Miss Lloyd in Australia with you as well?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. Miss Lloyd traveled to Australia with us.
And did Dr. Kipper come down to Australia at any point?
Yeah, Dr. Kipper came down a bit later.
Mr. Wyatt testified yesterday that he observed you have a meeting with Sean Bailey in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury who Sean Bailey is?
Sean Bailey, at that time, I believe he was the number three man at Disney in terms of hierarchy. He was upper echelon Disney, so he was under Bob Iger, and initially under Dick Cook, who was removed from Disney for some reason. So yes, he was number 3 man at Disney.
And why were you having a discussion with Mr. Bailey?
The discussions that I was having with Mr. Bailey, with Sean Bailey, were
Okay, I found it.
Square my debt with Jones. Guarantee my free. What's in there? Square my debt with Jones. They had to do with, well, as I think we've established, I have always, from the beginning of that series of films, I had always rewritten my characters' words and jokes, if you will, and situational comedy and things that I would add. And Mr. Bailey was very complimentary about some of the things that I'd done. He'd come over to me laughing after a
Objection
take.
calls for hearsay.
Laughter is
just
hearsay?
Discussing generally what they were talking about.
He was getting specific. I'll sustain that if you want to continue. That's fine.
Mr. Depp, was Miss Heard in Australia with you?
She came a little later, yes.
Do you recall when she came down?
I don't recall. Well, no, I do recall. It was March. It was March.
And what happened when Miss Heard came to visit you in Australia?
Ms. Heard was upset because, as I stated earlier, as it was too late for a prenup agreement, there was discussion of post-nup agreement. And I had called my lawyer at the time and asked him if he could have one of his lawyers sit down with Ms. Heard and give her a basic rundown of what a postnuptial agreement meant. And I was told that they showed her.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is what something he asked an attorney. It's not a statement of fact that's being offered for its truth.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did Miss Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
Ms. Heard told me that the attorney that she met with was rude and dismissive, and all she was being shown was an example of a postnuptial agreement. Ms. Heard then stated to me that she was very upset. She stated to me that what she had said was, she said to the lawyer, the woman, that this Johnny can't, he must not, he doesn't know about this. He's never seen, he doesn't know that this is what this is. No way he would agree to this. And what Ms. Heard then expressed to me was that the lawyer, the woman, had laughed at her and said, "Oh, he knows. Yes, he knows everything." Which sent her into a tailspin. So by the time she arrived in Australia, that was sunk very deep into her psyche. I mean, so much so that what really surprised me was that she kept saying, "I'm not even in your will. I'm not even in your will."
Oh my God.
I thought that was an odd thing to say. especially since I don't think anybody had had time to change wills or anything of that nature. So those things just didn't, it felt
Horrible person.
wrong. And she could not let go of the fact that I was in on this post-nup agreement and that I was trying to trick her into essentially getting nothing if something were to happen.
And how did you respond to Ms. Heard?
So I just told her those are not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, it's the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were stock, normal things to do. It did not work. No, it escalated and escalated and turned into
Gold digger.
madness, chaos,
She never
Can
loved
you
him.
please
violence.
Can you please describe that chaos and violence?
Yes.
Yes, she was irate. She was irate and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and you know,
She didn't shut up either, Ken.
I don't, pardon my language, but I remember that it wasn't nice
She didn't shut up either
sort
when
of
she was on.
being called an ass kisser to lawyers or a pussy that didn't fight for her or stand up for her. I, again, tried to remove myself from the situation, but to no avail. As I literally, the house that they had rented for me in Australia was quite a large place. It was quite a bit of a labyrinth, you know, and a lot of rooms, a lot of extra rooms. So I would go to, well, I'll just cut to the chase. I think that I ended up locking myself in about at least 9 bedrooms, bathrooms.
Well, she was an alcoholic in high school. I mean, she killed one of her best friends in a DUI.
That day, as she was banging on the doors and screaming obscenities and wanting to have a physical altercation.
So how did it come to be that your finger became injured?
There was at one point where I'd stayed in one of the, sitting on a bathroom floor, door locked. She's banging away, screaming, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly she stopped and I could hear her walk away. I could hear her sort of receding into the distance, if you will. And I you know, yes, yes, it became very emotional because you can't win for losing. There was nothing I could do to make her understand that I had, if that lawyer had in fact done that, And I did call my lawyer at the time, Jake Bloom, and I had him get these people on the phone. And I'm ashamed to say that I had taken, at that point when I was on the phone with him, I had taken Miss Heard's words to heart. And I laid out a ration of very, I was very upset that she was pushed to that limit because I had believed it.
Hey, Marty.
And in fact, none of it had happened. So it was all getting too crazy. And again, I had been sober for many, many months from alcohol and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into. And I
Hey, you
went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house. As soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs, there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such. And there was a bar. And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, eh? The monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me. And it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot, drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was. So if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which was the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar like that, and leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt
Oh.
was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, you know. And then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed,
Oh.
and I was looking directly at my bones sticking out, and the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out. And at that point, I think that I
Well, he
went
lied at
into
the murder
some
scene.
sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And as I said, this feeling of nervous, being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to write with my blood, in my own blood, on the walls, little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in. And then the next thing, you know, amongst all the madness, I would again hide in bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr. Kipper and I said, "You might want to come over. You know, I've cut my finger off here."
Which finger was cut, Mr. Depp?
It's the middle. It's the funny looking one. It's the middle finger here. You can see you can see all the sort of from the initial wound, all these bones up here were crushed, and it looked like Vesuvius, you know. And so this part of my finger now is, so that because of not having use of the tip here, this is basically arthritis that kicks into the joint once that upper part of the finger is mangled.
So is that the right middle finger?
Right middle, yes.
And is that your dominant hand?
Yes, it is, yes.
Mr. Depp, after Ms. Heard threw the vodka bottle at you and severed your finger, what, if anything, did she say when she saw the injury?
I don't recall anything, but just it was almost like white noise, just someone yelling. It was just a high-pitched, constant attack of insults. It was just jumbled words to me in a very high frequency, and I was in a bit of shock, you know. I was in shock.
You mentioned that you reached out to Dr. Kipper. Did you receive medical attention after that?
Yes, Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, I believe Debbie Lloyd was there. Yes, Debbie Lloyd was there. Ben King had arrived as well.
Who is Ben King?
Ben King was he's essentially he's a house sort of an estate manager, and we worked together in London a few times, and he's a wonderful guy. So I brought Ben along to Australia to manage everything. He's very good and very nice. And then there was also I mentioned Malcolm and Jerry. Yeah, they were there as well.
Which, if any, of the medical professionals that you saw that day did you tell what happened to your finger?
When Malcolm and Dr. Kipper, when they took me to, first we went to Malcolm's apartment where he was staying while we were shooting the film, and tried to clean my hand because I had worked the day before, and obviously when you're playing pirate, Captain Jack or whatever, you're covered. They paint with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. They paint dirt all into your hands and into your face and everything. So they were worried about getting my finger clean. So they tried doing that at Malcolm's. And then Kipper said, no, we got to get to emergency room, and we got to get hold of the tip of his finger. So we went to the emergency room. The doctor asked me what happened, and I lied to him. I said that I had smashed it in these large accordion doors, that it got caught in the accordion doors.
Why would you lie about that?
I lied because I didn't want to disclose that it was what it was. I didn't want to disclose that it had been, I didn't want to disclose that it had been misheard, that it had thrown a vodka bottle at me and then took my finger off. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I didn't want to, I tried to just keep things as copacetic and as easy as possible for everyone. I did not want to put her name in that mix.
Did you tell Dr. Kipper what had actually happened to your finger?
Yes.
After you returned from the hospital, where did you go?
I went to Malcolm Connolly's apartment and slept on his couch.
And to the extent that you know, where was Miss Heard during this time?
Ms. Heard was, I wasn't there, but it was clear that she needed to leave. And I'd asked them to get her on a flight from Melbourne or Sydney or wherever back to Los Angeles.
Why did you ask for that?
I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to have any more arguments. I was, for all intents and purposes, I was just done.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a picture. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 145. Mr. Depp,
Yes.
what is this a picture of?
That is, that's me in the emergency room. I see a detail that I'd forgotten, which is Ms. Hurd had taken my cigarette from the ashtray and stomped it out in my face here.
Could you mark on the screen where you see that?
It's right above that green dot.
And do you know who took this picture?
I do not know.
Can we please publish this to the jury?
Do you want to enter into evidence?
Alcohol
please.
is alcohol when it comes to
All
cleaning
right,
a wound.
145 in evidence. You can publish
Believe
this
it or
to
not.
And so, Mr. Depp, now that the jury can see the photograph, can you again explain what that green dot is identifying?
Just above just above the green dot is a wound from Ms. Hurd taking my cigarette, and this is after the finger had gone away, and she stubbed it out in my face and on my cheek. So that's the result of that.
If we could please take this down, and I'd like to show you, Mr. Depp, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144.
Yep, it's
What is this a picture of, Mr. Depp?
the remains of my finger.
And was this taken shortly after you were injured?
I believe this was taken at the emergency room, I'd imagine.
I'd move to this into evidence, but I'd like to also warn the jury and the people in the
All right.
audience that this is a very graphic picture.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 144.
I believed her at first.
We can take this down. Thank you.
Until I watched the trial.
Mr. Depp, how long after your finger was injured did you return to LA?
After the emergency room, the following day, I was sent to they'd found a surgeon in Australia, so that I could go. They wanted me to take have X-rays taken and all that. So we went to that doctor, the finger surgeon, and He asked me what happened to my finger, and I again lied, and I stuck to the story that it was smashed in an accordion, a large accordion door. And he looked at me as if I were lying. And the next thing I heard was, "Sir, that is a wound of velocity." And
there had been rumors in the 90s that he was dating a model and he pushed her down the stairs. Now, I've had people tell me, no, there was never a rumor before. Amber Heard made up the rumor about Kate Moss. I swear to you, swear. I would swear on a Bible if I had a Bible right here. Oh, my Bible's right here. No, I'm not allowed to do that. The Bible says not to do that. Never mind. I won't swear on the Bible, but I would if the Bible says not to do that. I heard the rumor in the 90s, okay? This is why I believed her. Because there was a rumor that he had pushed a model that he was dating down the stairs. I didn't know which model it was. So, and then someone was like, no, you're wrong because Amber Heard made up that rumor. So I Googled it. If it's on the internet, it must be right? No, wrong. Because if you Google it, it will tell you Amber Heard made it up. No, I'm telling you, Google's wrong. Because Johnny Depp has been my favorite actor for years and years and years and years. And I heard that rumor in the 90s, and that is why I believed her. As soon as I'd heard about it, and then my stepdaughters and I were talking about it. And that was one of the first things that came out of my mouth was I believed it because he's done it before. And my stepdaughters were like, no, he didn't do it. She got her friends to lie for her. So you'll see later in the trial, when she's on the stand, she says, well, I heard the Kate Moss story. And you'll see they actually got it in the camera frame because where the camera was on her, Johnny's lawyer goes, yes. And then Kate Moss testifies, and we get the true story of what happened to Kate Moss that day. Yes, she fell. Johnny was nowhere near her when she fell. But of course, you know how the rumor mill works. Never, ever harmed any other woman he's ever dated. So Nichelle is right. And when this all hit the news, they kept asking women, and not one of them, every single one, Winona Ryder, they asked her. I don't remember who all they asked. They asked Vanessa. All of them have said, perfect gentleman, has never, ever laid a hand on me in anger. So what this witch did was hook on to the Me Too movement and just think everyone's gonna believe me because it's believe all women now. But she did not make up the Kate Moss rumor. Yep, me too. But she yep, she did not make that rumor up. So whoever started the crap about she made the rumor up, it got to Google somehow, and now Google thinks she did not make that damn rumor up. I'm telling you, it's been around since the 90s.
Your Honor, this is a communication in the context of medical treatment.
I'll sustain the objection. Moving on.
Yeah, that's the only thing he's guilty of. Well,
Uh,
that and
so
substance
Mr.
abuse.
Depp, this was a surgeon you saw in Australia.
Yes.
When did you return
Kate
to
Moss.
Los Angeles after seeing that surgeon?
I believe it was probably the next day, where it might have been Kipper or someone who had hooked me up with a wonderful, great expert in reconstruction of hands, fingers, digits, whatever. So I went to see the surgeon, and we prepped for surgery, pretty quickly.
I couldn't
And
remember.
what type of
Judy said
surgery
it was
did you have
Kate
on your
Moss.
finger?
The majority of this was all missing, and essentially, to some degree, hollowed out, if you will, because the bone had shattered, and then there was the bone that was sticking out down there. So he had to do a skin graft from this part of my hand, and graft it onto my finger, to give me a finger again.
Anything else that was done to your finger to stabilize it?
I don't think it was initially that they put the pin in. I think the pin, feels like the pin came later. I'm not sure, but you just, I had to go after the surgery. It was bandaged up, and they give you all kinds of things on what to do, what not to do, keep it elevated or this or that. And I just walked away with a very large middle finger. It was all wrapped up to like this, and then, medicated. They've given me shots in there and such.
How long did you wear that bandage that you just described?
Well, the bandage was from the time of the surgery all the way through the remainder of finishing Pirates of the Caribbean, which was, I think I finished, the injury took place in March. Finished Pirates of the Caribbean 5, I believe, in August, beginning of August, end of July.
And you
So
have
there
it-
was a bandage on it the whole time. What I had to do was wear, because of
Long
There's a-
story.
special effects a trick that they had planned. Basically, whatever bandage I had on, as long as they would.
Joey Buttafuoco owned a mechanic shop on Long Island, and there was a teenage girl that had a crush on him. She kept bringing her car in for him to work on, and they had an affair. And then she went to his house and shot his wife in the face, and she lived. And then he had to take care of her, and the chick went to prison.
Put more little green dots, for example, on the splint and the finger and all that,
It is.
and
I
the
just
bandages,
checked.
so that in post-production they could use what's called computer-generated imagery, CGI, to to erase the bandage and replace it with a normal finger. That's how we finished the film.
That was John Bobbitt.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 61.
Yep.
And if we could scroll to the second picture or third. Can you keep going one more, please? Another. Sorry, this is a series of pictures, and to spare everyone, I don't think I'll show you the immediate injury again. This was right one right here. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's reflected in this picture?
This was taken in the surgeon's office, where I'd go in occasionally. Well, I had to go in every couple of few days to have it checked out for infections and such. And so the finger, non-finger, was wrapped quite heavily, and there was this medicated, kind of greasy medicated thing on top of the wound itself. And this, I believe, seems like when the pin was in here, and the wrapping is, the bandage is, well, I had my choice, and I thought, well, may as well take the kiddie bandages, dinosaurs and hearts and unicorns. As I said, at least have some humor to deflect the pain.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Plaintiff's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Do you want the whole exhibit or just this picture?
If we could publish the whole exhibit.
You want the whole picture, the
Yeah.
whole exhibit? Any objection to 61?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 61, but you just want to publish this part of 61? Okay, thank you.
So how long after your injury was this picture taken?
After the initial injury,
Yes.
I'd say no more than, it would seem to me, no more than 5 days, a week.
And how long was this bandage on your hand for?
Well, I was wearing bandages all the way up until I finished the film, and then yeah, up through August for sure, and then beyond, I had to keep it. I had to keep it covered. I had to keep it protected.
Do you recall how long after the injury that how long after the surgery the pins were removed from your finger?
I would say maybe, I think it was about 2 or 3 days, because I remember that there was maybe more, but I just remember that the pain seemed to be getting worse and worse as Debbie would rate it.
Stop talking about John
from
Bobbitt.
is this an 8 out of 10? Is this a 3 out of 10? That kind of thing. At a certain point, it became kind of a 12 out of 10, because it felt hot, very, very, very hot, and it felt there was throbbing. It was like it was throbbing, and the pin in there. It was like I could feel the pin in there. So we called the surgeon. I called the surgeon, told him. Actually, I think it might have been Debbie Lloyd. Actually, called, but I knew I had to see the surgeon again because something felt very wrong. And I went there and he removed all the bandages and he found that, that my finger was indeed infected and that I had contracted MRSA, MRSA, which is like I believe it's like the flesh-eating disease
No,
or
it's
something.
not flesh
but
eating. It's an antibiotic.
It was a pretty, it was a pretty grotesque sight. After with the pin in and what they had to do to save it.
Mr. Depp, while your finger was injured and healing, did you ever take any opiates during that time?
No, ma'am. No more.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears.
Thank
so
you,
it makes sense
Judy.
to take our lunch break.
Vindication.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Come back at 2 o'clock. Just make sure you do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. We'll see you at 2.
See, I knew I was right. Somebody actually argued with me about this in a chat. I don't know, but this was back
And
during
again,
the
sir,
trial.
since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with your attorneys or with anybody else, okay?
So
All right.
this was back
See everybody
during
at
the trial, and somebody argued with me because I said at first, because I had heard the rumor, and they was seriously arguing with me. No, Amber Heard made this rumor up. And then when I Googled it, that's what Google said. And I'm like, I know I am not crazy. I know that I did not imagine hearing that rumor in the 90s. See, even Debbie remembers it. I'm not, I swear, I thought I was going insane. Yeah, watching Ben Chew go, yes, when Amber was on the stand and she testified to that was one of the best parts of the trial because it was like, okay, they're fixing to pull something out of their bag of tricks, right? That was great. So, yeah, that was cool. But yeah, I know I didn't imagine that. Already where? We're not there yet. That doesn't come till after. Yeah, they did. They absolutely did call her bluff. Oh, already insane. Yeah, we've been insane for a long time. Especially me.
Are you a
Oh. They absolutely called her bluff. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
All right, thank you. Be seated. All right, your next question.
I mean, you probably don't care, but I'll tell you anyway. How I had this conversation with my stepdaughters. We were in line for one of the Harry Potter rides at Islands of Adventure. No, Universal. And we were talking about how cool it would have been if we had had a Harry Potter ride with Johnny Depp's likeness in it, like we do at Disney World. Because in Magic Kingdom, we have Captain Jack Sparrow, not only in the ride, but in the park. Like they had, I don't know if they do it anymore, but when the girls were teenagers, they had a little thing where they would round up the kids and have like a little pirate class, and they got a little certificate that they were an honorary pirate. And my oldest stepdaughter, she was 16 at the time, and she held on to that certificate all day long like it was priceless. Like she still has it to this day. She's 33. Turned 33 turned 33 Sunday. She still has that certificate. That's like one of her prized possessions. You can have your picture taken with Captain Jack. Do they still do it? I've not seen it done in forever, but I'm sure they probably still do. So I was just telling my stepdaughters, if Johnny hadn't been so stupid to be hitting on his wife, we could have a Johnny Depp likeness over here in the Harry Potter parks too. And both of my stepdaughters were like, no, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. She got her friends to lie for her. And that is how we started talking about this, because I fully 100% believed her. And that's when I told my daughters, yeah, because I'd heard rumors that he'd done it before, that he pushed a model he was dating down the stairs. So that was before the trial, before all the stuff. Oh, I know. That was fantastic. That's all over YouTube. You guys should look that up if you haven't seen it. Because he's in the ride. There's a barrel. They're looking for him, and he's in a barrel, and he pops up and he looks around, and the animatronic. But in this one, in these videos where he's really there, he's like standing against the wall, peeking around the corner, and then he walks out and speaks. And the people, they're like freaking out. And then he starts to say funny things and all. It's hilarious. I so wish that I had been there that day because he went to both parks to train the cast members that dress up like him, and they are spot on with all the, the weaving and the bobbing and the voice, and spot on. Some of them look so much like him that it's ridiculous. From a distance, they look very, very much like, when you get up close and the facial features are not, but so good. These Jack Sparrows, oh yeah, the animatronic ones are amazing. But even the ones that are dressed like him in the park, if you were to see them from the back walking, you would swear it was Johnny Depp. They've got he trained them, the original ones, but then I guess the older ones teach the newer ones that come in, but they've got that walk and that, the down pat. Like, they are so good. But I was just like, if he hadn't screwed up, if he hadn't been so stupid, we could have him at Universal too. But because Warner Brothers fired him, all because of her.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a document that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 146, and I believe this was entered into evidence previously. So if we could publish it to the jury as well, please.
But that movie, the third movie, tanked, and they haven't made any sense. So that makes
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
I believe that's, it's definitely me. After receiving kind of a roundhouse punch from Ms. Heard. I believe that this is, it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top.
Okay. Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin in the pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se, as it was bandaging. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain, that was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another.
MRSA is MRSA. It's methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. So it's a staph infection. It's the only reason why it's a big deal is because it's resistant to most antibiotics. So you have to be put on a specific antibiotic. It's the only antibiotic that will kill it. It's harder to kill, basically. So it's not the flesh-eating bacteria. It's not. The only reason why it's such a big deal, if you're in the hospital, if you're a health professional in the hospital, that you have to use precautions so that you don't accidentally spread it to another patient. And it's silly because you don't want to ever spread any infection from one patient to another patient. So I've never understood why some of these things get such hardcore attention as far as infection goes. The only thing with this is it needs a certain specific antibiotic to kill it. So that's one thing I've never understood in healthcare, why they put so much emphasis on certain infections. Some germs are good for you. There are good germs and there are bad germs. And then there are some germs that are bad. It's like, some people are like, they freak out if their kid gets dirty. Let them play in the dirt. Let them be exposed to some germs, because then they won't be sick as much when they're older. But people are all germophobic. No, don't let them get dirty. My husband is like that. He's a germaphobe. He drives me crazy. I was like, am I dead yet? Look at me. Am I dead yet? No. Look at how many times I've come close to death. Look at how immune compromised I was when I had cancer. Did I die? No. If you're a very ill person, yes, these infections that are hard to get rid of, if you're very sick or very old or very young, yes. But in Johnny Depp's case, having MRSA in his finger is no big deal. Yeah. Just rub some dirt on it. Yeah, that is a problem. Wait. What do you need to look up? Oh, I haven't seen it yet either. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when hand sanitizer first came out, I was taking a microbiology class and my instructor was freaking out about it. She's like, we are gonna create super germs by overusing hand sanitizer because we're gonna kill all the good bacteria on our hands. She was like, we need to protest hand sanitizer. She was like freaking out.
Confrontation, another confrontation, another argument about
If
something or other.
worms, it can,
And
not just by eating.
we were in penthouse 5.
Wait a minute. What, Jill? Think about what you just asked. Does dirt turn into worms? Does it say the population of people that die? If you are young and healthy and you can take the antibiotic that kills MRSA, you're fine. I said, if there are worms in the dirt that you eat, but if there's no worms in the dirt doesn't become worms. You have to eat the worms. So yeah, if there are worms in the dirt, of course I want details. Because if you're a normal, healthy adult otherwise, I've had MRSA. I'm still here. All MRSA means is that it's antibiotic resistant. There's only 1 or 2 kinds of antibiotics that you can take for MRSA. That's all it means. if you are very, very sick already or old and frail, yeah, MRSA could kill you.
area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite
They're
direction.
hilarious.
And this took place on the landing,
Debbie, yes. MRSA could kill Debbie.
where she was
You don't want that to happen. So
coming at
Debbie
you,
needs to be careful.
trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could. And then Whitney, her sister, was there, who stepped in the way. And
That show was actually pretty accurate.
interesting thing that was interesting now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber,
Because Johnny had
was
MRSA.
facing Amber to stop Amber. And when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Do you recall what Miss Heard was upset about at this time?
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in Penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Miss Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called. I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of Penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs. And then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, you know. And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was, but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like I don't know if it was a bag of like pens or but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And for the record, this is an audio recording, and it's quite lengthy, so we intend to play certain portions of it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And no
Yes.
objection? Okay, all right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to council afterwards.
Hey, if you want it now or as you go, or, okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28. 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Those are 4 clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to publish that in the jury? I guess. It's just audio. Doesn't matter.
You know, when I feel that, I want to say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but wait.
on an Ambien. Like,
Okay,
why?
but wait.
Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
know
it.
that. I'm not talking about that. What I want.
Because she's gaslighting him. That's why.
No, it's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me.
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I go split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. Bathroom door. Where she gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but
on an Ambien. Like,
Okay,
why?
but wait.
Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you
I don't
remembered it?
know.
I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
I know
it.
that. I'm not talking about that.
I don't know if she says I was on an Ambien or I was out of Ambien. Maybe she did say on an Ambien.
That what I want.
On an Ambien. Okay. Okay, on the Ambien.
No, it's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the
I thought
big
you
fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to. To
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape
How are
the
you
solution.
fighting
You
with
somebody
escape
if you're
the
on
solution.
No.
You
in
escape
bed asleep?
figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Here, have
The
another.
boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non
I'm
sequiturs.
giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw
justifying-
pots and pans. It's
No,
irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's
No.
talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who. I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't
said-
punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
Now you're-
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did
baby.
start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what they just heard on those audio recordings?
She doesn't get her way. She resorts to calling him names.
What was just played on the audio recordings was
Admitted to hitting you.
very much the tone and the aggression and the attitude
100%.
and the need for a fight from Ms. Heard. That was, I don't know if that was some need for attention, but that was a sound that I had gotten very used to. The squabbling, the raising of the voice to essentially excommunicate anything that I had to say about the situation. But then, and I do remember that incident. I believe that's from the when I was in the bathroom, and I was in fact taking a shower, and this was in penthouse 3, and she came banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. I didn't answer. I was in the shower. I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to deal with any more of that sarcastic, demeaning, aggressive, violent, toxic spew. And so I was taking a shower and I didn't want to answer the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that much, just so I could have a good hold on the door in case she tried to burst in. And I was right, she did. Bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in. And I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in, because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in the best of moods, you can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would, of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes. So I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. She kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up, and but this this point, the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? And the next move was just a bang. It just, she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How
So
long after that did you start recording?
Sorry?
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
That audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense. And it certainly didn't make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine. And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
You can take this down. Thank you. Could you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, please? Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Hurd, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte,
And what does that mean?
until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim,
And who is Slim?
Ms. Hurd.
When did Ms. Hurd give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Hurd. I believe it was around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93.
93, yes. Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph of?
That's the knife in full view. That's the full.
Okay, remember I said I was going to have thoughts at certain parts of the trial? You do not give your abuser a knife as a present. So this is number one evidence that she was not abused. You do not give your abuser a weapon for a present. If you're afraid of someone, why would you give them a knife?
Side of that knife.
Plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 93 into evidence as well.
Objection.
All right, 93 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
We can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65. And I believe this has already been offered into evidence.
Yes.
If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you. Mr. Depp, what's reflected in these photographs?
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some misheard come at me with her nails, her hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And when were these photographs taken?
Seems to be Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, our bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, John.
Yes, sir.
If I'm walking this way to the door of my office, the bedroom door is where you are. I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me. So she was still jumping, kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows. And she was still fighting. I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to calm someone like that. And then that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her a headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a headbutt.
How did you escape this altercation?
After she'd made the remark about the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible, she split. She huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of penthouse 3, our bedroom. And she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later. She had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose. And she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me. And there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But I know that there was no connection to her.
I have not watched it. I know a lot of the streamers were upset because their content was in it and they were not asked permission by Netflix to use their content. So I have not watched it.
Her nose, no part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said,
Yeah, right.
"Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose. You broke my nose." And I knew I hadn't. So I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, "Oh my God, let me see. Are you okay? What happened? Let me see." And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And so I waited, and when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room, went somewhere downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish. It was nail varnish or polish.
Mr. Depp, shortly after December 15th, 2015, where did you and Miss Heard go for the holidays?
It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time. There's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name is, and her boyfriend Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to. She told me they were going to be come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays.
And what happened on the island in December 2015?
Many things.
Was there any violence by Miss Heard against you?
Oh, yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house. I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything. So she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for her. And for some, and again, I remember I was sitting at the table where most of the paintbrushes and the can and all that stuff was. And the argument, again, escalated, and she just simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area. And it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully, my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet. But you can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, the staff that work on your island, Mr. Depp?
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything, and two of them happened to be in that area and witnessed the violence.
I'll sustain as to, unless you can lay a foundation, how he would know that
Certainly.
if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, they're staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. I've known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection.
Again, if you can lay a foundation, if he saw them there, or if this is something. they
Mr.
told
Depp,
them.
did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. Did he see them as actually there? If he didn't, if it's something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard had that altercation?
Once Miss Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house and I saw Tara and
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
Tara's the manager of the island.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to discuss April 2016 now. When is Ms. Heard's birthday?
22nd of April.
And in 2016, how was Ms. Heard celebrating her birthday?
We'd set up a dinner for her, which was, she wanted to have a dinner with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Go ahead. I'm not just sure if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it. That was good.
Okay, all right, well, then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way. Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay, Mr. Drew had made Mexican food Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Ms. Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was a real shock to me. I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid. So I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, there was money, so everything would be all right. They informed me that I had been, well, that quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared. And after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Ms. Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner. And I apologized all over the place, and so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, on the way downtown, I received a text from Miss Heard asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back, sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Before you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that we, between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ed White was my, at the time he was my new business manager. And he was quite a, he was quite a professional, you know, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial documents.
All right. So, well, I'll say this, any hearsay that might be
Understood.
All right, next question.
Mr. Depp, when you arrived at the party, how did Ms. Heard greet you with it all?
Very cold.
What did she say to you?
Not much. Not much, except occasionally she would tear herself from the conversation that she was in just to lean towards me. I was sitting to her right, and I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe, I'm so embarrassed. You know, which I found odd because I'd kept her informed all day. And the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got there and received that attitude, what could I do? So I just made the best of it and talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, Nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Erin's last name?
Erin Borum, Nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Ms. Heard. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist,
their nurse to their birthday party.
Melanie Iglesias was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. I didn't really eat, wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't, maybe two, because they were like large, the large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So yeah, maybe two glasses of wine by the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Ms. Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say because all I saw was just she was drinking wine.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Ms. Heard was well into the wine before I got there. Yes, certainly.
How did the party come to an end?
Check for speculation.
It was kind of, one person would say, well, I better get out of here. And then two more couples or two more people would say, yeah, time to go. And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Ms. Heard had. I'm sorry, it seemed quite bratish, it seemed quite childish that Ms. Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party, when she knew very well, she was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's. And I didn't know what was going to happen I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt, I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react, I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, And I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever. And she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed reading. And she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was. And I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there reading my book. And when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed. She walked around the bed. She came to my side. And again, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed and I grabbed her by the shoulders and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser. As Ms. Heard she was leaving the following day for Coachella, which is Coachella is it's a big event, a concert, many bands, and out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend, and that was it. That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Miss Heard, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually her birthday. It was about 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was. I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, children things from friends, Brando, Hunter, Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of
Objection, Your Honor. Also, you're saying,
It's a photograph, Your Honor.
as being relayed to him by Mr. Bett.
He says he looked at it on his phone.
I'll overrule the objection as the photograph.
What was the photograph of Mr. Depp?
it was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was, I laughed. It was so outside. It was so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh. So I did not go down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
Not good at all. My mom was in Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and she was on her way out. She was dying.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me?
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. When I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, her eyes were still open, and she could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As it would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed. And what, excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious of if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move. I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on a, what it was like, there's my mom lying there on a deli platter. And it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye, and we all spoke into her ear. And then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was
Because
that?
because I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom, I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of, I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her send off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes to?
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best to try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, look, I've made a decision and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's true. So what I thought was best was, we want to end this in love and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture. And that's how I approached Miss Heard with that. And
So why did you go over to the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Miss Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. But I also wanted to gather up some of those things, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to have a discussion, what I thought would be calm understanding. And I figured she understood as well as I did that there was no way back. And I also felt that she would understand that it was the best thing for both of us, and there were there was nothing there should have been nothing to fight over. It was clear. I told her that I would take care of her and all that, and then she she was telling me about she brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed, and and she tried to blame it on the dogs. But
Why didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
The dogs they're teacup Yorkies. They weigh about 4 pounds each. The photograph that I saw, and I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years, and so did Hilda Vargas. She's a woman who's been with me for 30 plus
Love
years,
Johnny, but he
from the
doesn't
very beginning.
answer a question.
And she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did. And that was none of that did not come from a dog. I just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett. And I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick. If they went down to the security shack or whatever it was, don't linger, get back. Because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Just based on my past experiences with Miss Heard, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area. And then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch. And I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on, the couch was kind of a square or a half square, She was sitting on one side of the couch. I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella and then the fecal delivery.
Delivery.
And saying that it was the dogs. And I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was I said, let's call Kevin Murphy.
Who's Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy he was in Los Angeles. He was the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown. If any work needed to be done or this or that, and he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right, let's move
conversation
on.
that Kevin
Certainly.
Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin if Amber and he had spoken about the incident. He said, yes, they had.
He's waiting for an objection because he knows.
And It appears that Ms. Heard had told.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard.
That he
Kevin
heard from
Murphy.
somebody else.
That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
After you hung, when did you hang up the phone with Kevin Murphy?
Right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar, and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course. And I went upstairs to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone with Io Tillett Wright, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a
Shush.
grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed. And they were yucking it up. They were laughing about the whole thing. And
Like doing. Knock it.
it was, you know, it was a tough couple of days. And I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And I went over and I said, let me talk to her. I grabbed the phone and I said to Io, you can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours. Right? And then I took the phone and I just bang like that onto that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch is about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone. And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Ms. Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. Stop hitting me, Johnny, she's screaming in her best freaked out,
Marty.
upset voice, high-pitched. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room. And as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, that's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me. And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, boss, I think we should just leave. And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order. Break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home.
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to, I had to go to, I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing, this group, the Hollywood Vampires, we were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm-up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, on through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take our
I was,
afternoon break?
I was just going to
Okay,
suggest that. Thank you,
Good,
Your
all
Honor.
right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case. Thank you.
Yeah, I never heard it call it grumpy before either. Why would you even call it a grumpy? It's poop. Because you're grumpy when you have to poop? I don't
All right, take our recess. Mr. Depp, you know what I'm going to say, right? You're learning, right? Okay,
I think
3:45? Second good?
Thank you.
I think it's SWEETZIR, something like that. I'm not sure, but it's the name of a street. And misheard keeps being spelled like the word misheard, like I misheard that. They never got her closed caption never gets her name right either.
Native format. Native format, and I don't know what that means. Okay. So if we could just get those two in hard copy, I'd appreciate it. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Grumpy. Yeah. I guess it would make you grumpy if you saw poop on your bed. I like your butt rifling idea. Ma'am, we're gonna have to do a colonoscopy to see if this poop came out of your butt.
All right, thank you. All right, your next question, ma'am?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you another audio recording that is Plaintiff's Exhibit 397. And for the record, we intend to play the portion that is 1 hour, 4 seconds to 1 hour, 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
All right, so there's no objection to 397 coming into evidence its entirety? Okay, audio is coming, it's 397 in evidence, and then you want to play that part. It's fine.
Well, those wishes don't come true.
What thing do you want to say to me, you fucking piece of shit?
Those wishes
What?
don't
What
come
else
true.
do you want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You don't have anything else to say to me? Cool.
I wish you the best.
Hey, why don't you fuck yourself? Go suck your own dick. You're used to it. Oh, also, I'll write you a check for the extra sip I took. Is that okay? Stingy old fucking piece of shit.
You're the one that brought it up.
Mm-mm. You did. You said don't drink my wine. That's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for any more.
Rewind. Rewind.
That's crazy.
Probably defended me pretty good in front of your Rocky and your pop and your mom.
Hope one day you can teach your son how to be a man. You're so good at it. I mean, you have to. It's not in you.
You,
You're a no, man.
I've tried so fucking hard with you.
No way.
I've tried so hard.
Yes, no way. Hey, if you ever learn this shit, 50 fucking something years, you never know. Oh, to God. Oh, to God. Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Hey, that's good. You gave me some shit about my kids, just like in London that you desired. Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
That is what you should have said from the beginning.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and misheard once again. Felt it necessary to bring my kids, my son into that argument and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Miss Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship, how was Miss Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Ms. Heard, and they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to Ms. Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter sent a text to Miss Heard.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's
All
stories.
right.
We
All
can
right,
move
we
on.
can move on. Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Miss Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was,
Oh yeah, very familiar.
let's see,
Very
Betty
familiar.
Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town.
Shia LaBeouf was a Disney kid, had a very, very successful Disney television show called Even Stevens, went on to do some Disney movies. He was in the movie Holes. Very successful. Went on to do Transformers. He was in, I want to say 3. Shia LaBeouf. His name is Shia LaBeouf. Went on to do 3 of the Transformer movies. And as things are done in franchise movies, they want to shake things up and move it around. And they wanted to do, I think the next one, I can't remember if it was a prequel movie or one like way in the future from those movies. I don't remember which. I think Mark Wahlberg was in it. Anyway, he wasn't in the next movie. Exactly, Wiggles. Then he lost his mind. He took it personally. He started doing what he called performance art. But he walked around Los Angeles with a paper bag over his head that said not famous anymore. And was it in the future? Okay, I couldn't remember if it was a prequel or in the future. So it had nothing to do with him or his acting or anything. They just wanted to take a new direction. And it was a good movie. But Shia LaBeouf lost his mind. And he did other things, like he went to an opera or a play or something and stood up and made an ass of himself. Yeah. So he's happily married now, but apparently he beat the crap out of one of his ex-girlfriends. And I don't know if it's a criminal trial or a civil trial that he's facing there. Like, I don't know, but he's very eccentric. Like, he could have had it all, but because he like lost his mind when they went a different direction with the Transformer movies, I don't think he's been in very many movies since then. So that's all I know about Shia LaBeouf. And like I said, I don't know if it's a civil action or a criminal action. I feel like if it'd been a criminal action, it would have already been over and done with. So I think it's a civil action. He's been on what is that guy's name? The guy that played the Punisher, and he was in Walking Dead for a while too. Oh, I forgot his name, but he's been on his podcast talking about it, about his life and the things that happened to him. And John Burr something. I forgot his name. But yeah, he is a wife beater. Unlike Johnny Depp.
For New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Miss Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
John Barenthal, that's
the 27th of May, which is in fact my daughter's birthday. I saw that she had gone to a court, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Alice in Wonderland 2, Through the Looking Glass was opening. And that's the day that she chose to get the, go to the courthouse and get a TRO, temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as
Not
Plaintiff's
surprised.
Exhibit 487.
not
And
surprised
just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487? Sure. Okay. I assume, are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity
Okay,
and go
sure.
through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Vague memory of these.
And who were these communications between?
It looks like myself it's me in the green and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry?
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in a like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there, because New York City, we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better. I remember, yes. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. And that just didn't, again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to, and it just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? The first sentence in the text message?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom, it says 2 lines up, I thought you filed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, she filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
They're not dead.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a 700-page document, so
Just page 4, well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your
So
Honor.
this is 487A.
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492
Where
to
is this
494. Any objection to
Oh my
those two
God.
pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those 2 pages are in evidence.
There is a pizza shop in Florida. I don't know where it is. It's got to be South Florida. Florida's newest invasive species delicacy isn't for the faint of heart. A local spot is serving iguana-topped pizza, and the outrage is just as hot as the oven. Conservation or cruelty? You decide. My buddy hit me up and was like, how do you feel about me bringing in some iguana meat and making iguana pizza? They're taking the cold stunned iguanas. They're not dead. These are not dead iguanas. They are stunned from the cold. They're a hibernation, or not hibernation, brumation. They're not dead. Reptiles brumate in the cold. They're not dead. They are taking live cold stunned iguanas and killing them and putting them on pizza. No! That's disgusting.
Is that two pages or 3 pages? Is it 492?
490, that would be
care.
3 pages, if that's
No,
correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
They don't belong on pizza.
Could that please be published to the jury?
Ugh. Ah, yuck. That's nasty. If they're invasive and you want to get rid of them, fine. Don't put them on pizza.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what did, I believe you already said this, but could you
goodness.
just remind the jury, what date was that?
Do they kill them? How do they kill them? By cutting them up?
27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary
Kill the
restraining order
animal to
against
get
you?
Rocky Mountain oysters, do they?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. That is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or a time
that
shortly
I
thereafter?
hate.
No,
Okay, I will put myself in timeout now. I got myself right back on the topic I hate talking about. You know, if I had to kill my own food, I would be a vegetarian. Because I don't like thinking about killing animals of any kind. I did not realize iguanas were an invasive species in Florida, though, y'all. I thought they were naturally here. Because they're everywhere. So I thought they were natural. But still, they're not dead yet. How did they kill them? I don't want to talk about this. Never mind. Forget I brought it up.
found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
What do you mean when you say it was
God,
everywhere?
Marty. I didn't need to know that.
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411.
I know, Marty. I said I'd become a vegetarian if I had to kill my own food.
Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article. But there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made, clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 411 in evidence.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414? Mr. Depp,
Yes.
do you recognize this article at all?
I remember yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, and there was alcohol, and there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control, and there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409.
Yeah. She could have had it all. She's an idiot. She could have had what every woman in the world wants. And she screwed it up. Just for being stupid. What were their fights
And
about?
Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Nothing.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr.
And
Depp,
why?
do
They
you recall
probably
seeing
taste like
this
chicken.
People magazine article?
Eat chicken.
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
Gator tail's really good, but it tastes like chicken.
Right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends and my sister Christy. Mostly friends, and certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out, that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, you know, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were
I have
approached with the
had
People
fear.
magazine cover in
Once.
school
I've had it once.
by other kids, you know. I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible and it's going to be everywhere. And I apologize to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No. No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever.
It is.
And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you know, you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or drop dead or just let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that I mean, it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped, even on the road playing shows. You'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members, and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and cried and hid it from people.
Mr. Depp, did you ever discuss Ms. Heard's domestic abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and we've known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. We've been very, very, very close friends ever since then. Yeah, just friends, you know. And then of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and Joe Perry from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then a couple of the other members are just yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any. You just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to. So I tried not to talk about it very much at all, but just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Ms. Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And how were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it.
Calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
All right,
He was speaking about what he wanted to do in the context of the divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was gonna be they said, I don't know. Something like that. So
Okay,
you can do your next question.
sure, certainly. Did you pay Ms. Heard any money in connection with your divorce?
Yes.
And how much was that?
Her settlement, she wanted $7 million. I believe that was the settlement, wasn't yes, $7 million.
And was there a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Shut up,
Sustain the
rotten
objection.
born.
Next question.
Who wrote the joint statement?
I have no idea. Lawyers.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408?
Just because it's hearsay, you don't have to object. There's nothing wrong with that coming out. It's their divorce settlement. It's very relevant to the case. So whole reason
And
why
Mr.
she's
Depp, do
doing
you
this.
see the second paragraph from the bottom of this page? Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released. Yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
What happened after this
Well,
joint
that was a
statement
big
was
lie.
issued, Mr. Depp?
Lie.
What happened after that? I suppose, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. There were scheduled payments. And then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the $7 million was the $7 million was the settlement, and that $7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU, and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which in fact was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to send the first payments directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments. And she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged 14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period? If you can recall.
When did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please? I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires. And I can't, I don't remember, it's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the rest of the article contains hearsay statements that we
All
need
right.
to redact.
We can redact that in
Okay,
and put it
So
in
you owe me a
tomorrow.
redacted 408 with just the statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second last.
Okay. All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
If we could please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it, its contents?
Well, it was a hell of a start, I'd say, in terms of the title. If you could, can we scroll down a little bit, just for a second? Because I'd like to make a point. Reading it and reading the words that she had written about what was obviously it was obviously referring to our relationship. It was obviously referring to me 2 years ago. It all matched up, and so it was clearly about me. And then I read the rest of the article where she talks about, if you could go down, scroll down just a little bit. After the imagine a powerful man as a ship thing. Because she goes into, she talks about, in this section of the piece, she talks about the plight of women, not just in Hollywood, but in general in the world. And there were there were many things that I did not disagree with in terms of this part of the article. I understand anyone's passion to right the wrongs that have been done for countless years against any being who's suffered at the hands of domestic violence, be it women, men, children. That's something, of course, coming from my background, that I am very against any bullying of any human being, any forced violence, any injustice committed against any human being. So all this part of the article was strangely, I understood it very well, and I can applaud some of this. I can absolutely say that I believe that it was very well done with regard to violence against women or violence against anyone. It just seemed kind of a strange other side, like a two-headed coin.
Mr. Depp, did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading reading one of these type of, some magazine, or the article where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates.
No.
Sorry.
What Disney executives told him is hearsay.
We can move on.
If you want to just restart.
So, let me see. So I can read it out of someone's article, but not from the man's mouth. Is that what happens?
Next question.
Mr. Depp, what to your understanding is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point,
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never,
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
never, certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You know, you're done. So what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That is to say, I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. I assume you'd rather start tomorrow morning, is that correct?
I'm perfectly happy to start now, Your Honor, or tomorrow morning, whatever you're on first.
Why don't we go ahead and start a little bit today, just because time is not on our side, okay?
Certainly.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roddenborn.
I'm happy that in the last little bit we've gotten to the reason.
This is
why we're
where we
here, and
get
I'd like
most
to
of the
start with
funny
that.
parts from the trial.
If you could
His
please pull up
props.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, Michelle. Next page. Your Honor, I believe this is either in evidence or has been stipulated as part of the opening.
I assume no objection to two.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay,
Permission to publish?
yes, sir.
This article, this opinion piece in the middle of the page there, Mr. Depp, this is the opinion piece that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post that was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Doesn't that say December 19th on it?
You
At the top of the page, doesn't that say December 19th, 2018?
go ahead and
I
blow that
believe
up,
that the
Michelle.
2018 was the online, was it not?
Okay, so December 18th, December 19th, this piece in the middle of the page is the opinion piece Ms. Heard wrote, right?
Could you make it a little bigger? My eyes are
Sure.
getting smaller.
And this is what you're suing her over. Correct?
I'm suing her over defamation and the various falsities that she used to bring my life to an end.
And you understand,
Many
Mr. Depp,
things.
you understand, Mr. Depp, that you cannot, you are not suing her for any damage, alleged damage, or any accusations she made prior to writing this article. You're aware of that. You'd agree with that, right?
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
You are not bringing a lawsuit against her, bringing her into court in Virginia for anything that she did prior to writing this article, correct? You know that you can't do that, right?
I have to say that I, as I said at the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th
And
was
2 years
quite
before,
possibly, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
no,
going
I
to
think
finish my
you answered
answer.
my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
2 years before the online and the print version came out,
Mhm.
in 2016, Amber obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you from a California court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in obtaining that domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, she accused you of domestic abuse, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michelle, if you could blow up the third paragraph down, please. And in the opinion piece that's before you, published in the Washington Post, she wrote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, correct?
I can't say correct. She wrote it.
And the
Or
piece
somebody did.
doesn't contain your name, correct?
No, it does not, no.
And other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations that were made 2 years prior to the publication of this article, the opinion piece doesn't contain any details of your time together, correct?
Oh, I think that I think it's very easy to write a piece and put the finger on someone without saying their name. There are sneaky ways of writing things. And as I've seen also what the ACLU and their team had to say, they clearly described to Ms. Heard that
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do
Oh.
that. Next,
And I appreciate,
sorry, it's evidence.
next question, okay?
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple yes or no question, which is,
You'd like
Other-
it to be, sir.
other-
Nothing simple in this case.
other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations made 2 years prior, this opinion piece does not contain any details of your time together. Yes or no?
It contains fragments. This piece here, I don't know, is this word for word with the other piece?
And the article discusses proposed legislation, which you just talked about, correct? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes, yes.
And it discusses Amber's experiences after she had separated from you. You'd agree with that, right?
2 years ago, I became the public face for domestic violence. 2018, 2016, it seemed to me that the puzzle was going to work no matter your angle, sir.
Okay. So I'll take that response as a no, that this piece does not discuss this piece does not discuss anything prior to Ms. Heard separating from you, and it only discusses her experiences, her biographical experiences after she separated from you. Correct?
I can't say that.
Okay. Now you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 113, please? Let's go to 114, please.
Are you changing on me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but it's the next one, so it's
Okay, 114? All right.
sorry, one more. Let's 115, please.
115.
August 25th, October 2018. Hide in a row.
Mr. Depp, do you see?
Personal dramas, yes.
Sorry,
Do you have the question, Mr. Rodman?
I did. I was just giving him time to read. Do you see the date of this article beneath those bullet points is October 25th, 2018? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the headline, Hide the Rum, Johnny Depp is out
Objection, Your
as
Honor.
Jack
This is-
Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes,
Objection, hearsay.
hearsay objection.
I was asking if he became aware. I'm not offering an article
This
for the
is
truth.
This is
His
an
awareness.
article from the Daily Mail, Your Honor.
Right. I'm asking if his awareness that he was likely
I'll
out.
allow that question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Depp,
Yes, sir.
were you aware that as of October 25th, 2018, about 2 months before this op-ed was published, that it was being reported, as it is in this article, that Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise as actor battles financial issues and personal dramas? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me given that 2 years had gone by of just constant worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but you,
So I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I'm sorry, the question?
To the extent that Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe,
Mhm.
that was as much as 2 months prior to you publish, or to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
October is 2 months before December. That's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world in the Pirates of the Caribbean rides. I'm in the Los Angeles or the Hollywood one or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times. Shanghai, I mean, all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film. Correct?
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work. And when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to. But so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up DX 1458, please. And Mr. Depp, you see that this says marriage of Depp, correct?
I see that.
It's a legal document. Can you scroll to the signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes.
You go to paragraph 27, please. Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, or it contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Let me take
Rottenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016. Correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the
Well,
fourth.
I wanted to make clear that you
You've
signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was going to stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so
Right.
that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our day-to-day. Again, don't do any outside research. Do not talk to anybody. We'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening.
Addition to continue. I tend to do that. Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a seat. All right, cross-examination.
They could get rid of the split screen now. I've had enough of the split screen. Oh, is this Dr. Evil Day? Does she wear her Dr. Evil suit today?
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rodenborn.
Yes, 2 days ago, when you first took the stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child, it has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something menial, something strange. And I just said, no. And he gave me he just gave me a quick shot, pretty hefty. And it rattled my head, it rattled the cage, you know, Tweety
Sure.
birds and stuff, sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it. at that
Right.
point.
And yesterday, I believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes,
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, you know, when you have deep, deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such, it's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your aunts, it's this, it's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman. That is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
That's a strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him.
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol,
Alcohol, yes.
pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he going?
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
I just want to discuss one thing with you,
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
Johnny's just so chill. Where's he going? You continue to read that correctly, Mr. Rottenborn. Are they talking about makeup over there? And you know, when she testifies, I'm getting ahead of myself, or ahead of the trial. You can tell when she testifies, she doesn't know how to put makeup on. Because she says foundation goes on first.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript
I
pages.
see page 12 of the document, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Oops. Yes, sir.
And
12 of the document, you say?
yes,
Okay.
in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would, of course, give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question. Would you give him a Xanax? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times.
And Ms. Heard was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to, can you pull up Exhibit 178, please, Michelle?
Is that defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
You know, usually the abuser you don't know until you marry them. In his case, he married knowing she was an abuser. I still feel sorry for him,
Mr. Depp,
Objection, Your Honor.
but he should
Can we
never
approach-
marry his. How can you object when he hasn't asked the question yet? He married her thinking she would get better. Does he not watch TV? If you watch TV, you know marrying them doesn't make them get better. He should have run the other way instead of asking her to marry him. I just feel so sorry for him. I wish he had stayed with Vanessa. How often does it happen? Don't they usually not know they're abusive until after they get married? I thought that was the thing they did. They were like all nice and sweet, and well, no, I take that back because I never married my abuser. But my abuser was not a physical abuser. And yeah, Winona Ryder was broken. I don't know about Kate Moss, though. My abuser was never physically abusive. I always said that if we had gotten married, he probably would have physically abused me because it was all emotional stuff. You know, it was stuff like, if you go out that door, you're never coming back. It was stuff like that. And I always felt like if we had stayed together, he probably would have escalated. So marrying her was appeasement?
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange that you had with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
yes.
Isn't the hard to leave, though? Doesn't that come from being financially dependent on that person? Because he was not financially dependent on her. Because, like, if it's a battered wife and you've been isolated from your friends and family by the man that brings in all the money, I can understand why that's hard to leave. But if you're Johnny Depp, or was it just hard to leave because he wanted to fix her?
Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted Defendant's Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We, based off of Your Honor's ruling,
All right.
that's fine.
178 with redactions.
Yeah, because a lot of times they have kids too, and
Michelle, could you please blow up the first text at the top? In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, "Let's burn Amber," 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
I actually love
And
the text.
At this time, June 11, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
Yeah,
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, "Let's burn Amber." Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, "Let's drown her before we burn her," 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Because she's a witch.
Yes, it's referring
And
to the
you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
From Mr.
stop when
Bettany.
you said, "Let's drown her before we burn her." After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today, but unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, "Let's drown her before we burn her," Mr. Depp, you
Yes.
said, "I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please? Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment.
There's
You know, he has a
Your Honor,
color.
we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his
vocabulary.
daughter that we would ask be redacted.
The last 2.
And Your Honor,
Very
it-
colorful
that's okay, but
vocabulary.
there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but
exhibit list.
they don't appear to be relevant, which
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
I 100% agree that he would say something like that when he was mad at her. Because he's got a very verbose vocabulary. He's gonna say things. Yeah, let's drown her before we burn. Absolutely. You gotta drown her. See if
So
she floats.
245
If
in
she
evidence of
floats,
the
she's not a
redactions.
witch. If she drowns,
Yes,
she's
Your
a
Honor.
witch. So then we gotta
Thank
burn
you.
her.
Mr.
That's
Depp,
exactly what that was.
this, the top
Monty
text
Python.
message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I did.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text.
Can you please not do the
On May
dot, dot,
30th.
dots now?
2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Read that again. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxicodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle?
When I had cancer and I was immunocompromised, I had a very bad wound that took 6 months to heal. And I had to go to the wound care center every week. Once a week I had to go to, they burn it, they did all kinds of stuff. So it would heal correctly. And one of the doctors that worked on it, he was an intern, a resident, something, like right out of med school, a real young guy. And he did a Monty Python joke and then realized how unprofessional and inappropriate it was. But he looked at me and he goes, "You're not dead yet." And I said, "I'm feeling much better." And he was like, "Oh, thank God you got that reference." He goes, "Thank God you got that." He started laughing. I was like, "Yeah, I got it. Because it's like as soon as he said it, he knew how unprofessional that comment was. You're not dead yet. Why is it necessary to protect bratwurst like Fort Knox? What do you mean? The package looks like it ran through a paper shredder? What are you talking about? You couldn't get it open? They had it super extra tightly sealed? Maybe to keep it from bacteria? Maybe? I don't know. They just didn't want you to eat it. Don't eat me. Don't eat me.
And this is a
That's
text
Dr. Evil.
that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a tie.
And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee,
too.
I miss you and worship you, and there's nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. actually almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop he tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
You know, Rottenborn reads all these articles about, or not the whole articles, but the headline about how he's all in trouble because he's late to set, or he's drunk on set, or high on set, blah, 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 whatever. But you have to remember, all of this happened in the time span that he was married to Amber. Oh, wow. I wonder why he's late to set, or drunk on set, or high on set. Could it be because Amber is being a pain in the butt and causing him to try to escape by drinking or doing drugs? Or he's late because they've been in a fight and Amber's saying, no, don't go, and keeping him from going to work and getting there on time? You think any of that could be Amber's fault?
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the,
Of course.
Look at the
Your
bottom.
Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, think about if all of those shots, how many takes they had to do if every one of those shots had really been rum. He remembers his lines and everything. He can't be that wasted on set all the time.
And Michelle, if you could just scroll down so the court and Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp can see it all. Is that all of it?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, we have no objection with to the unredacted version.
Okay, so this version that I'm
Okay.
seeing right now, correct? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 325, I got that.
And-
Hold on.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have no
Oh,
objection
This
to.
is the only page.
I believe this is the only page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No redactions, other than identifiers, but yes, you can do this one. Go ahead.
And Michelle, if you can blow up the large text at the top of the page. Mr. Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Ms. Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less. for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you. Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle. If you could please pull up Exhibit 153. And Your Honor, we have a redacted version of this, but we'll put up the fully unredacted right now.
All right, just give counsel a moment to review.
Of course.
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I know. Yeah, I know.
We just-
Understood.
Just so you can see it first.
Okay.
Okay, could I have the photo? You don't take pictures of what's on their screens. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So they're not all on the same chain.
No,
So
of course.
what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
Certainly.
And those are texts that you wrote on January 17th, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The version.
We'll put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an
Let me
exhibit.
see what you're going to put up on the screen
Okay.
first.
We have no objection to this version, Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll do it as redacted. Okay.
Michelle, can you blow up the text boxes, please? On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following: "For the idiot cow," 3 exclamation points. Next text: "Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry." And apologies again to the court and the jury for this language. And then you close by saying, "Did that worthless hooker arrive?" Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down, please. We talked a little bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot, yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. You remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard's way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster became, it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
But actually the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with, saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right,
You'd have to accept
it came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact, Elton John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. Correct?
Elton
Can you pull up exhibit 408, please?
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was, we'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And
Mr. Depp, I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message to Elton John, nothing else. Thank you.
So I'll just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be
Certainly,
respectful of the
not a
court's
problem,
time
Mr.
and the
Roddenberry.
jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
Well, I don't feel like I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
could you pull up exhibit 408, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister? Do you see that?
The last
The last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
The last
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach it just very quickly.
Just the one I had and the one above it. Okay. And Mr. Depp, to clarify, is sis in those texts, is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right? One or the other.
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney.
Heard.
Okay, so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
Your Honor, with those redactions, I'd ask for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No objection?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 408 with redactions as it.
Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015,
Yes,
while you were married to Ms. Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister, you testified.
yes,
You said, "I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing." Did I read that right?
yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 427, unredacted, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
Okay.
Is there another? Let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom.
From
Chat number 1616.
Hmm.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, sure. It's just
Before we
those
publish
two,
it.
Michelle?
He's having trouble with sound. The sound. All right. Any objection to 427
No objection,
with
Your Honor.
redactions? Okay, 427 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's correct.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. Love you, brother. JD. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants? And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 26, 28, 215, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with that, simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with
All
the
right,
proper
if we can
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish these?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
Publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you. And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, you can blow up the text, Michelle, please. "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother. JD." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you had locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please, unredacted? It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one,
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Miss Heard, right?
Yes, he's not my partner.
They should be able to, Marty.
Now he's the president of the
You
European
can order new
uh,
lenses and then put
branch of
them in your
Infinitum
frame.
Nile, right?
I am too, yes, sir.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just redact it just to the bottom text.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't know if they can fix it on the lenses that you have now or not, but I know that they can just order new lenses and put them in your
435 in evidence as
frames you
redacted.
have now.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow up that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Duders,
Yeah.
need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please.
Rottenborn, is your point that Johnny uses the word monster now? Yeah, because Amber started it. And he adopted the word monster because of her. You're such an idiot, Rottenborn.
This on page 2, please.
I'm sure I've adopted lots of expressions from my husband since we've been married. What married couples do.
Are we on page 2? Yeah.
I wanted to get
So
a pair
it's
I wear.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted, we have no
Okay.
objection.
course.
I wanted to get a pair out there, and then I saw them on
Page
someone, and they
2.
didn't look as cool as I thought they
Exhibit
would.
196.
So
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to,
Then we'll call
To
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
This makes it easier for the record.
all right, thank you.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Duders on October 31st, 2013, you write, thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please.
pot meet kettle.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. Do you see that?
The last one.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All right.
293.
I forgot what you had said.
No objection.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
293A, we'll get the redactions done. All right, 293, maybe. There we go. All right. 293A in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, I am going to quite gracefully glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The Shatter. Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. You would agree that you found drugs and alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
I've certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but I have, well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we've drank together. We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry. 11, 12. Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I am not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could? Answer, at times, yes. Question, despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer, yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 1085, please? You've seen this picture before, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition. Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1085, published and in evidence.
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013 after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. Harris was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But the whiskey that's on the table was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period. Isn't happy hour anytime? And that cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, and that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah, you don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine. Cocaine is, in my experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you, walking down the street. So
why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
202. Oh boy. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're going by those things. Pardon me.
It's page 9 of the document.
What difference does it make where he kept his cocaine? Good Lord, Rottenborn. We know he had some.
I'm having trouble finding 202.
Are you saying page 9?
Oh,
Because there's no 2.
that's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh,
We're moving into another day now. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Substance abuse is not on trial.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Rottenborn said nothing that happened before the op-ed is on trial here. Yes, it is.
202.
Because that's what she wrote the op-ed about. His abuse.
So this, and I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
Yes, I see it, page 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there is a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, this is a question. That, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I
The
believe
date.
it was March 2013. You
That
should know
seems,
better
yes,
than I
that
do.
seems about.
Okay. And you see there's a Keith Richards CD, it looks like above that cosmetic case.
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me.
And you were using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning. And as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay. You just said that you were late though, correct?
Oh,
That's
I
what you
was
just
yes.
testified to. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now. Well, actually, let's not. Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 152? Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right, right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at exhibits, or I'm sorry, the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Are they
Yeah, I liked his hair down. Everybody else was like, he looks better with his hair back. Looks better with his hair pulled back. And I thought he looked better with his hair down. Well, of course he's still hot. How do you go? He's like 60 then? How do you go from being a rock star and actor who's on pills and weed and coke and booze your whole life and still look that decent? How? I don't get it. He's got like some hot gene or something. I mean, seriously. Like look at Keith Richards, look at Mickey Rourke, look at Martin Sheen, look at all these people that look like crap now because of all the drugs they've done. What does he have that they don't? I want to know. What is he doing? He's got a secret. He has to. Yes. I mean, just look at the Dior commercials. Does he look like a 60-year-old man in those Dior commercials? Absolutely not. Oh my God, those Dior Sauvage commercials. It does look better pulled back for court. But in the grand scheme of things, it looks better down. Well, yeah, but well, I don't know. Maybe the other ones that did all the drugs spent all their millions on the drugs. Maybe they took more drugs than he did. I don't know. I don't know. But I always think that when I see him now. I'm like, how? How has drugs not ruined your looks?
So, you agree with that?
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
152 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience. Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Deuters, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
Yes.
And Shel, can you blow those up, please? In those text messages, you write to Mr. Deuters, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012, to just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please. Mr. Depp, this is a series of text messages from you to and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first two. And then the or just those first two.
We have no objection to the omission with proper redactions.
Okay, you could redact just those first two.
And then move for the admission of that document as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get it redacted.
Ew, that's a thing. Oh, that's nasty. I guess if it works. Ugh.
Thanks, Michelle.
That's fine. No objection.
Okay. All right, 145 and evidence as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." And he texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug." You see that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. And if you could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1089. Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And the coffee cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
1089 evidence.
Oh my God.
So this picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4, was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
Pot should be legal.
Are you at a good break point, Mr.
Pot
Rottenberg?
is a
Sure, the break would be fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can be released.
Yeah, but he got sober too. Like Rick Springfield. Rick Springfield. Let me tell y'all something about Rick Springfield, y'all. I loved that man. When I was a teenager, I was in love. Wanted to grow up and find him and marry him. Didn't care about the age difference. To this day, I still don't like what's her face? Linda Blair. Because she dated him at one time. And I detested that woman. Hated her. I guess I can't say I still don't like her because, but
I did not like her. And still, when I see her in something, I'm like, I used to hate that woman because she dated Rick Springfield. But anyway, Rick Springfield played he played a washed up rock star on Supernatural. And I sat there watching that episode going, he looks familiar. Now, this is a man, I had posters all over my room. I watched anything he was in ever. I had all of his records. He was on General Hospital. I never missed an episode of General Hospital. Dr. Noah Drake. I was in love with this man. Every part of his face memorized. So he's on Supernatural. Of course, this is, I don't know, 20, 30 years later. I don't even know the time frame. And I thought, that is a real rocker. He was a rocker. I should know who this person is. I know who this person is, but I can't tell. I know him. He looks so different. So different, I could not place him. And I was just crazy trying to figure out who he was. And I had to look it up. And when it said Rick Springfield, I felt so ashamed of myself. Like, that's the love of my life, and I didn't realize who it was. But, and then there's also, he got possessed by the devil. So he played the devil. He played the devil through part of Supernatural. And there's one scene where he's got his shirt off and he's got no muscle tone at all. He's not fat, but he's flabby because he has like no muscle tone and he looks like crap. And I just cannot believe it. And John Schneider was another one of my favorites when I was a kid. And I was like, how come John Schneider's still cute? Of course, this is like 10, 12, 15 years or so ago. I'm like, why is John Schneider still cute and Rick Springfield looks like crap? But now Rick Springfield looks better. I guess he got himself whipped back into shape. Yes. And Booger played an angel. Yeah. Booger, Curtis Armstrong. Booger from Revenge of the Nerds played an angel on Supernatural. But now Rick Springfield, which I did not know this, he plays at Epcot every year. So I'm going this year. I'm going to be there in either April or May. I'm going. But yeah, drugs messes with your body. Big time. Like, I cannot believe I didn't recognize Rick Springfield. It was crazy. So the deal with pot in Florida, we have medical, and it was on the ballot the last voting cycle, and it was voted against for recreational. But when it does, and I say when because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be voted recreational one day, but it's gonna go county by county. So I can pretty much guarantee you that we are not going to have any dispensaries in the county that I live in, because I live in a very, very, very conservative county, which I don't mind. Believe me, I don't mind. Like, I can't even buy booze on Sundays where I live. I thought they changed that. I don't know if they changed it or not. They were talking about changing it. I don't know if it changed. But so even if it gets legalized, I probably won't. I'll probably still have to go to Gainesville. It absolutely helps with pain. And that's the only reason why I take it. I would never, ever just do it. I do it to help me sleep, and I do it for pain. Unfortunately, I'm in pain most of the time. So pretty much I do it every day. Yeah, because Jill needs it too. Jill has chronic conditions she needs it for. And And the legal stuff works, but not as good. And I feel like you don't know exactly what you're getting. When you get the medical, like there's even a book when you go into the lobby, there's a book there that tells you this one is good for this. And this one's good for this. This strain's good for that. That strain's good for that. So it's listed. Yeah, I use it pretty much every day. The amount depends on how I'm doing. And there are days when I don't. But the days that I do is more than the days that I don't. But yeah, you go in the lobby and they have a book. Yeah, and you know it's safe. I would never buy off the street ever. I mean, well, it's illegal to buy off the street, but I would be afraid to. Even if I was brave enough to say, okay, I'm going to do this because it helps with the pain, I'll take the risk. I wouldn't take the risk because it's not safe to buy off the street. You don't know what they've got in that. Yeah, so the Delta 8's legal. It doesn't. Oh, was it? See, I didn't even know that. Yeah, I think it's gonna pass eventually. Having a dispensary in Gilchrist County, though, I don't see that happening. So I'll still have to, yeah, I don't wanna do anything illegal either, but I'm just saying, if you were to get it illegally, you don't know what's in it, but if you get it from a dispensary, they have a book, well, the medical ones do, that actually say, this strain is good for muscle pain or nerve pain or yeah, mine is 45 minutes away. And it's going to continue. Like if recreational, see, I wanted recreational to pass only so I wouldn't have to drive 45 minutes. So now if Levy County's 15 minutes from me, if Levy County gets one, then I won't have to drive 45 minutes. Only have to drive 15. That's the only reason why I want it legal. I don't mind going to the medical dispensary. I just don't want to have to drive 45 minutes. See, that's good. If the recreational does too, and it passes them, and I can get one in Levy County, because I have to go all the way to Alachua County now, which is 45 minutes. Yeah, we don't have it rec. We only have it for medical. Yeah. That was probably for medical. We've had it for medical now for years. I've been on it. I don't even know how many years now. It's been so long I can't even remember. So yeah, we've had medical for years and years and years. The smell does not bother me at all. Now my stepdaughters, bless their heart, they are so amazing. Sometimes, in some ways, I should clarify. In some ways, their mom, maybe I shouldn't say this on YouTube. They can't stand the smell of it either. And they have people in their house that smoke it that shouldn't be smoking it. And the way, I don't know, my dad built this house with a contractor, just him and one contractor. My uncle did the carpet, my brother did the electricity, and my dad had to hire a cabinet maker and a plumber. So for some reason, I don't know if it's the air ducts in this house. Yeah, he had to hire the air conditioner people. I don't know. Anyways, he contracted out all these people. I don't know if it's the air ducts in the house or what, but for some reason, when I smoke in my bedroom, you don't smell it in the living room. So my bedroom's over here, and my stepdaughter's bedroom is over here, and the living room is in between. But for some reason, you don't smell it in the living room. It goes straight from my bedroom into my stepdaughter's. So so she was here, and they're not here all the time. So she was here one day, and I get a text from her. Like, what? She goes, "Are you smoking?" I'm like, "Yes, why?" He said, because that's all I can smell in my room right now. I was like, well, I'm sorry. I have to right now because I'm in pain. I'm so sorry. Well, there are some. Okay, I have a rule. I don't get any that have the word skunk in them or diesel. I've not ever done the resin because I'm not what's the word? My tolerance isn't built up because I don't smoke it that much. So it smells like cappy. I've never used the resin. None of that ultra concentrated stuff. I used a vape one time. I use chocolate. I used to use gummies. Now I use chocolate. That's what I take to help me sleep. It's okay. We're getting off this because we're that was a major squirrel.
All right. Just we'll come back at, let's make 11:33, okay? 11:33?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to lunch.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, guys.
All right. Be seated. Your next question.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope.
Mr. Depp, contrary to what maybe we've heard, the jury's heard earlier in this trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life?
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth,
Since your youth, sorry. Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the drug dependency or whatever. She's been a concerned sister in every way, that even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right, right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know. I was just.
let's do it this way, given your testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
Day 2. So where would you like me to?
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document, please. It's upper right.
Thank you. Page 279, that was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great.
Yes.
On page, or line 11 of page 279, you were asked a question. Question, did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer, my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Paradis, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
That's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that heavily.
We can, let's turn to the UK
It's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, so.
Let's just look at what you said before. Let's go to page
Sure.
116 of the UK transcript, please. This would be in day 1.
116. Yes, sir. 116 it was, yes.
Yeah, 116 down onto 117. Okay. On 116, line 18, the question is, I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer. I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question. Am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer. I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
And there was a time in the early stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yes, there was there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my about my liver.
Liver enzymes number.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Hurd's mind.
I'll sustain us to that point
Sure.
if you want to rephrase.
You understood that Ms. Hurd was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning?
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
No, she wasn't. She's drinking right in front of him.
Are we in day 2 now? Or is this?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can set that to the side, sir. Thank you. This is an email from exchange from you, between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
So there's redactions that need to be done.
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Let's just get those redactions.
Is it just one page?
All right.
I believe that covers the redactions, Your Honor.
May I just
Sure.
have a moment to read?
Absolutely.
Of course.
No objection with the proper redactions. Thank
All
you.
right. 182 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is an email that you sent to Elton John, July 13th, 2013. And Michelle, could you scroll down to the third paragraph up from the bottom that starts with the words "on the other side of the coin"? And in that paragraph, you write, "On the other side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent." I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And when you referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt, you were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point between us, as they would.
Can you pull up Exhibit 214, please? Defendant's Exhibit 214. Mr. Depp, portions of this, we've already seen portions of this exhibit. What I'm going to ask you about are the top three messages. These are messages to and from your daughter, Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014, correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications.
Yeah.
We object to the admission of any
Let's leave the
communications from
kids
his
out of
daughter.
What's the legal objection?
Hearsay.
All right.
First of all, I was just asking him if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
Leave the kids out as much as you can. There's no reason to read an email from his daughter. I mean, she's grown now, but she wasn't back then.
Mr. Depp, you understood that the last few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
May I have the question one more time, please? I'd love to hear
You're
us
aware that,
ask.
sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth, what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's the answer to it. For
Right.
that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you. You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware, that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for what his understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Very brief
You don't have
period.
to, you don't have to answer that question. I sustain the objection.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
You're aware of the lengths that Miss Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific, more
Okay.
specific, please.
Let's be specific. Sorry. Can you please pull up Exhibit 839? Your Honor, this is a recording. And we plan to play 6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Is this a recording we already have in? No, this
I
is a
don't-
new recording.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been
839.
the defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, then we have no objection.
All
It
right.
is.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And it's
correct.
full content, but we're just playing a portion of it. Is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay.
right.
All right.
Yep.
839 in evidence then. Okay. Thank you.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury?
Okay. I assume there's no objection since it's in. That's fine. Go ahead.
By pounding on the door, waking up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're
afraid I
was gonna die.
I thought you'd choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very likely,
I vomit a lot.
yes.
Sure.
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
She's gaslighting him. You would know if you threw up in your sleep because you would wake up and you're sick. Does she clean it up while he's asleep and he doesn't know it? She's gaslighting him again.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
That was not a loving way to say, I'm worried about you. That was like accusing. You throw up in your sleep a lot.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture as being a picture of you?
Yes, Ms. Heard kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Okay. This picture, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
This is a picture of you on a black leather couch, passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What residence?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Hurd asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the festival of ice cream.
Okay.
I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen, that I would fall asleep and it would drop. And that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I don't know why she took it.
Well, so it's Miss Hurd's fault that that picture was taken. Is that what you're saying?
She snapped it.
Okay. All right. Let's.
Okay. Number 2. Why she was not abused. You don't take a horrible picture of your abuser in a position that would be embarrassing and then send it to your best friend to make fun of him. You're afraid of this man because he sorry. You're afraid of this man because he abuses you, but you're going to make fun of him. You're going to stage a photo making fun of him and then send it to your best friend. Sure, you're afraid of this man because he abuses you. But you're going to make fun of him and then make it public. Yeah. Not what an abused person does.
Let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
Yes.
And you testified that that was kind of the last film that you did.
Yeah.
When you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you testified yesterday that opiates, you don't take opiates to get high, right? You've testified to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose,
But that's
then
not
I
what
would
you take.
most assuredly be
Yeah, that's
ready
another
for
thing.
sleep.
Right.
That's not a blackout. That's
Sure. So if you double
sleep.
the dose, you'd be ready for sleep, but it wouldn't get you high in the way that other drugs would, correct?
Well, the high is it's a extreme downer. That's its job.
Right. And for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills to get high. I took the pills to be normal, to stay normal, so that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please.
Because once you're addicted,
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's
don't
Exhibit
have to feel
866.
crap.
But I also believe that I said that I asked nurse, or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took because I always wanted to have 1 or 2 in my pocket just in case the kick started.
If you could take a look at the text at the top of that page.
Yes.
It's a text exchange between you and Erin Borum. Erin Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in August and September 2016, correct?
So I'm looking for the, oh, yes. Which one are we looking at here?
Oh my
The
God.
top 3. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
Yes, so August 30th, yes.
Yep. And Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top 3 texts.
The top, so redacting the other text, just the top 3 texts and the identifying.
Yes, Your-
Information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the 4th text message be included as well as
So top
context.
4 texts.
Sure.
Messages.
And obviously the phone numbers redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up. Let's see what that looks
Okay,
like.
computer. Yes, but documenting what's in the fudge. Stop being weird, computer. Yeah, but if you're documenting real abuse and sending it to your best friend for safekeeping, that's different. She took a picture of him with a spilled ice cream container in his lap to make fun of him. So, this is a little different. She's saying she's being abused. Now, if she was sending pictures of a black eye or I don't know what all she could have got pictures of to send to her friends of him doing stuff to her. But no, she saw that he was falling asleep. She put an ice cream container in his lap and asked him to hold it for her, knowing he was going to fall asleep, and spilled it. So he's got spilled ice cream all over him. And I don't know why we can't see this picture, because I know we saw it when I watched the trial. We saw it. So I don't know why we're not seeing it now. Unless that's later in the trial that we got to see it. I don't know. But you don't taunt the abuser. If he's asleep or passed out or whatever, you leave him alone so he doesn't come after you.
All right. That's
No
fine.
objection.
Yeah, okay. 866 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you blow up that 3rd text? Starts with "you are the sweetest," please. And in this text to Ms. Borum, after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the 3rd time in a row, you write, "I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha." You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or 2. Yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior.
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, "You know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms." You've said that before, right?
It was
Joe?
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right?
Oh,
I've said it as a joke,
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a door, correct?
oh my God.
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever
thought
punched a door or
Nothing before.
broken
the
something
op-ed.
in an internal bout with myself. No,
You-
I
you
don't
believe that
I'm
that's-
unique in that way. Sir.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please.
Okay, bye, Jill.
Can you scroll down? This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 143 and permission to publish, please.
How long ago?
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
Just redacting the email addresses, but the full content comes in, is that correct?
Yes, Your
Okay, I
Honor.
want to make sure I got this straight. Okay. Redact identifiers.
Some of this is ridiculous. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Amber. Nothing.
All right. Is it you agree with
Let's
that?
just, can we just, let's make sure that that's the only, is that the only email address? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Could you go down to the second page again for a second?
Go down to the second page, please.
To the signature line.
Can we just see the top again?
Let's go to the top.
The top of the first
The
page.
top of the first
please.
page. Thanks.
Okay.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
is it,
No objection? Okay.
do you mind if I read this, or are you going to
Right.
read this to me?
One,
We're gonna take a look at it.
all right, 143 in evidence. You can,
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Duders, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, "Watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-nummed?" Correct. And then you write, "Don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere." Did I read that right?
You did.
And you are currently in a lawsuit for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
Yes, someone
Yeah.
brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection,
punching
Your
him
Honor.
twice in the
Relevance
ribs.
and
All right,
403 and 404.
I think 403 and 404 means, or I don't know about 403. 404, I think, is character evidence. Like you can't bring in bad character evidence to prove that he did the bad thing that he did in the trial that he's on. And I never heard anything else about that lawsuit. I don't know what happened to it. But nobody, from what I remember, nobody saw that happen. And it came about during this. I think somebody just thought they were going to be able to get some money because they thought because of this civil suit, they would be able, he would be believed and would be able to get some money.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit, but other than this, the two bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, can we please take the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, we
that's
can take that down.
available down.
Thank you. I'd like to shift gears and talk about Hicksville. You remember taking a trip to a place called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. I hope that I forget.
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rocky Pennington,
Yes.
right? Someone named Kelly Sue Milano or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber and you thought she was being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
You remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir. Not in the way that you're saying it. I certainly did remove her hand from Amber, if that's the answer to your question. But I think it's not.
Well, Mr. Depp, it's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it. So let's take a look at page 239 of the UK transcript, please. This will be day 2.
229?
239.
239.
Page 18.
Sorry.
That's all right. A lot of papers.
239, yes.
It's going to be 239 and 240.
Okay. Thank you.
And you see on page 239, line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. And you're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22, okay.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your
Amber
reaction to
should've been
her
letting her
and
have
what
her
happened,
hands on.
correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Ms. Heard and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Ms. Heard, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Ms. Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken.
Right.
She was a little forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce. It was right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181, Michelle, this has already been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
181? No, I don't have 181 in evidence.
Did we not? Oh, you know what? I forgot that this morning. I'm sorry. So 181. Yep, that's right. Yeah, we haven't looked at this one yet this morning. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you about the third text down. This is a text exchange from you, a text message from you to Paul Bettany on July 11th, 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister, Christy, on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
The text above it, yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 of just those three texts.
No objection, Your Honor, with the proper redactions.
All right, we could get those redactions then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Could you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
The top three.
Top three.
Thank you. Yes.
There we go.
All right, any objection then to those redactions? All right.
No objection.
Okay, 181 in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
If I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. If you could blow that up, please, Michelle. And we just talked about this trip to Hicksville. If you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph or the kind of the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
He didn't handle that wrong.
If you go up,
He handled
please.
it just fine.
This is a text message from
Amber's
exchange
gaslighting
between
him.
you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me. She doesn't know what to do. Loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events, the night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York and you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then all of you flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight,
Well, dang it.
on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both.
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You would agree that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxycodone, which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk?
I don't recall drinking a whole, you don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight, okay?
I don't recall being drunk. No.
All right, let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
Okay, Mr. Roddenberry. Where would you like to start?
Line 11, please. You were asked a question. I want to make sure it is quite clear what you were saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree. Did
Yes,
I read that right?
You did. I was caving in from.
That's my question was simply, did I read that correctly, Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now,
And you can
on,
give him the answer. That he
can we pull up Exhibit 243, please? Actually, no, you know what? Let's go to Exhibit 221. Your Honor, this is a recording, and I'd be happy to read. We're going to play three excerpts from it.
Okay, and there's no objections to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
May we approach? I would just like to know what it is first.
Okay.
Okay. I was gonna wait until the lunch break, but I think I'll stop it there because we're fading fast and it's almost 5. So I will see you guys in the morning at 8 and we will pick it up there. Everybody have a good evening. And remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I'll see you in the morning at 8.